Okay, rulers, settle down. Ruler School is brought to you by Odyssey Games, where you can go to get pre-orders of all the upcoming Force of Will sets, as well as releases of previous sets after they come out. TCGprime.com with over 100,000 Force of Will singles, as well as out-of-print boxes from the past, and TCG accessories, as well as fowlibrary.com, a wonderful resource for deck lists, article discussions, and more. Check them out at fowlibrary.com, as well as these amazing patrons. Special Hey there, rulers. Welcome here to day 2 top cut of the Carta Magica GP. We're getting started a little bit early, and that's because we've already finished deck checks, and we know we have quite a few international players, so we're trying to get them kind of, they could go to sleep and not be so tired at the end of the day. So we're going to get started here a little bit quickly. We're going to be starting with 2nd seed Philip Chibors versus 7th seed Lee, which is Kaguya versus Kaguya and the red-based Carlina Astema. So this should be pretty interesting. It's going to come down to the first couple turns, really, unfortunately. Kind of unfortunate for Lee. Carlina Astema is kind of just really good against Kaguya, so we'll have to see how it goes. But we're going to go ahead and get started here. I do want to say a few quick words of thanks to everyone who's been supporting us, as well as to Carta Magica. The 3 winners of the giveaways have already been announced. They have been contacted, so Alberto Campos, Babatunde, and Keith, I think was the third person's name. They've all been contacted for our 3 giveaways. Super happy to be able to do that. So be sure to tune in next weekend for more giveaways. We're going to be giving away the same sets of prizes to there as well. And with that, we're going to go ahead and jump over to our first event. Yeah, you're listening to my own stream. Hi, Lee. Hi, Lee. I'm going to wait until Lee... And let's go. Hey, Lee, you might want to turn off the stream audio because we're coming over to you.
All right.
Okay, gentlemen, I got to reverse which side of the table you guys are on. I got to get your decks ready to go. Here we go. Okay. Philip, you were choosing to go second as the higher seed, correct?
I'm going to choose second and symbolize my energize.
Okay, perfect. So with that, we are going to go ahead and get started. You guys have 60 minutes on the round. You may begin.
All right. I'm good on mine.
Okay, so this is going to be an interesting matchup in the sense of that it really does come down to these kind of first couple turns, especially considering the fact that Philip is playing 7 Deadly Sins, which can land a Garion on turn 1. And in looking at Lee's list, he does not have a removal spell for a Garion. Unfortunately, we're not seeing Flashing Smiles or anything else like that. So if Philip does have 7 Deadly Sins on the opener, then we are, unfortunately, that's just going to be the game, because that Garion's going to stick and then nothing's going to happen. Does it 6 Sage Stone from Lee to start? Gonna see if we see. We are gonna try to go for the ordered Hanzo.
Declaring 1. Targeting 1.
Okay, I want, on the end ability, I want to activate my.
Choose 1, choose 2.
It's okay, but I want to on both enters. I want to.
Fallen Angel of Black Tears.
Give your hand to -4/-4.
So the Hanzo will die. He'll get 1 moon.
The ability goes through. I draw a card, and
if he produces,
card for his teamer.
He does not have 7 Deadly Sins here. Because if he did have 7 Deadly Sins, then what we could imagine is we produce Will with the Stemma, use Carlina, still cast 7 Deadly Sins, cast the Garion, and move on. So we'll have to see. Also does come down to the fact that, like, with the red base, with the Astema Carlina list here, this one is very heavy red. So we'll see what stones he hit. Like that. Like, there's a, I mean, it's very interesting to me, the stone base for this deck. It's 4 Atom Stone, 2 Firestone, 4 Six Age.
Really?
Yeah,
Did it
I
happen in
really did
Swiss?
hit a shitty hand.
Did it happen in Swiss?
So let's see what happens here. Tiny
Casting a
Tiny Violet. Interesting. Coming out here.
And pass a turn.
Tiny Violet coming down here. Just setting up for being able to do... I mean, it's the thing that we see a lot from a lot of Carlina Assemblists, like trying to find as any way possible to be able to do multiple actions per turn, despite the fact...
Yeah, thinking about your recover.
Oh, do we have anything?
I'm thinking of my recover.
Yeah, thinking of your recover.
What are we doing with this? What is this deck?
And Aegis to destroy
Oh,
your...
Destroy Moon.
casting an Aegis to destroy Moon.
So I'm going to draw a card.
That's a very interesting choice to not just use the Tiny Violet. So then it would draw you one, and then destroy it, and then draw you another one, and still leave you your spell for the turn? It's a very interesting choice from Philip.
Sorry?
Your Kalina is tapped, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, my kill is tapped.
So all he has available to for him right now is
Yes, you recover.
Atoms. Interesting. This makes me think that like it has to be Gradius or Dark Prominence. So but because he's already gotten the Astema trigger for the turn, I think you might want to just go for the Hanzo here. Might be worth it.
Yeah, I'm tapped out. I only have a Tiny Violet.
Feels like it might be worth the risk. The punish isn't necessarily as huge, but if you miss 6 Sage Stone here, then you're really, really out of luck. So I would think that you would probably try to go for it at this point. We'll have to see.
Awesome.
Oh, we're just seeing a stone call. Never punished. Okay, so this is pretty good. So we have the ability now to have some extra will to invest into a Hanzo, even if the Hanzo dies. So I think at this point in time, you very confidently go for the Hanzo. Yep.
Declaring 1.
He's declaring 1, which is the smart call here. So if there is a response to getting the moon.
Targeting 1.
So if there's no Violet Atom here. Wow.
The Hanzo is fine, yes.
Wow. Okay, this is kind of huge because we get a moon.
Yes.
Gets another moon, and he gets a recover stone. So now the Hanzo player is sitting on a lot of will.
You did everything. It's okay.
I'll pass it over to you.
Wow, that's kind of huge here. Like, we got the Hanzo out. We have a Hanzo that can survive. It's now a 6/6. And we have some will to be able to start controlling the game a little bit better. What are we discarding? Just no atoms in that hand, I guess.
I'm going to discard an Aegis to destroy your recovered token.
So we get rid of the... Yeah.
Yes.
So I think in response, because it's going to die anyway, you tap to float and banish to pump up the Hanzo for the turn. That would be my thought, just to give it a little bit more oomph. It'd be a 9/9. Ooh, Featsing coming in to cancel.
I can't pay.
Yeah, okay. That works too.
Recover.
Ooh, okay. We talked about how this matchup, I mean, a lot of this matchup does come down to keeping the Hanzo off the board, and Hanzo is successfully on the board. So that's a big piece here. And looking at Philip's deck, I mean, it doesn't have nearly as many ways to kill Hanzo in response to its enter effects. I mean, it does have quite a few, but we just didn't see it, which was why it felt weird that we were gonna, just felt really weird that we were gonna Aegis with Carlina as opposed to using the Tiny Violet there, because like the Tiny Violet wasn't gonna get killed because nothing in the Kaguya deck has swiftness, so it felt like an unnecessary tap out to make the play there. Is this going to be... What are we floating off of that 6 Sage Stone from Philip here?
Making black green.
Okay, black, green,
White,
floating.
green.
Black and green.
Okay. Black and green.
And then an ability of the 6 Sage Stone.
Okay.
Ooh, we might see a feasting on the 6 Sage Stone trigger. Yeah, I don't hate that, because right now that 6 Sage Stone is just void, so we can steal.
Feasting. So
Currently, he doesn't have the ability to play Garion. He'd have to pay 2 void.
sorry, still thinking.
And if there's a second feasting, he's just really, really out of luck.
Still thinking if I'm paying it with this.
Oh, he's thinking about how he wants to try to pay through.
Difficult.
Yeah, because right now that 6 H stone is just being void, and he only has access to red. And the thing is, if he tries to do something here,
Okay, on the chase of before I have to pay for it, I want to activate Tiny Violet.
Two.
Tiny Violet's gonna get to go
Give me
here.
a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Do we have another feasting?
If you have a
Third feast. I mean,
on your hand, I am gone.
third feasting here could be really good. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, of course, why not? Of course, the third word. Okay, so no ability from Violet, but now you're tapped out right now.
He's not completely
You
tapped
have
out because
only
he.
one hand cut. Only one hand
Yes,
cut and tapped
that's
out.
correct.
So I'm not gonna pay for the Tiny Violet ability, but I'm going to
Interesting that you would.
pay-
I would think that you would pay
think
target
about
the
it,
6
sorry.
Sage Stone.
I'm going to pay for
Personally, I would use the feasting here to target the 6 Sage Stone recovery ability again, rather than the Tiny Violet, because it's still
difficult.
making him pay 2, and then even if he has an Aegis, it then has to pay another 1 to still get to resolve the
I'm going to
recovery
pay-
trigger, and it just like taps him out and leaves him with 2
Yeah,
will.
I'm
That
going
just
to
feels
pay
bad.
with this to recover my Kalina.
Okay, so now we have no floating. We can't play a Garion, but we're
then
tapped out,
I'm
but we do have the
going
ability to
to
banish moons
pass
to
the
draw a
turn,
card.
And before you draw, I want to activate 7 Deadly Sins.
No, that's gonna
and
get
want to
canceled.
put my
That's gonna get canceled.
Angel back. Oh my god, I did something wrong. Yeah. Okay. Want to put it back into the field.
Yeah, we just used the 2 moons to cancel that. I would think.
Okay, that's fine.
Whoa! It
So
resolves.
ability.
Yeah.
We have 2 moons. It's
12 on your board.
Yeah.
whoa.
Draw button.
Yes.
Whoa.
Sorry, I forgot the ability of Estima because this is your turn. So I'm going to draw a card.
Yeah.
I would have canceled that so
Then you
fast.
got that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because there's a permanent neg 12 on the board now. Like, and like you had 2 moons, so you win that cancel war, and you just steal all that value from Philip. That's very strange that we didn't see that just get hard canceled. Yeah, now we're at 2 cards with Kaguya, so like
What shall we?
Word Shelby gets us a search. I mean, we're pretty, but the
Yes,
problem is we
it's
can't
good.
even like we can't even play a Hanzo here because it's just gonna immediately die because of the neg 12 on board. Like it's too small. If he searches for a Hanzo, we're in big trouble. Because maybe he doesn't realize that the neg is permanent.
Yes.
Oh gosh, really hope he doesn't try to commit to this Hanzo. Yeah, I know he wouldn't be able to generate more moons, but you'd still have this nice big board state, and that Ward Shelby could have made you a rabbit ninja or just something. Like, we could have started to apply pressure because we would have stolen a lot of cards off of Phil. That's immediately dead.
Declaring
Yeah.
tree.
Wait, he instantly dies.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he does, right?
Yeah, she's.
Yeah, that's
So yeah, the ability goes through.
The trigger still goes through.
Just declaring, asking Jeremy because I'm not surely.
he will not
and
he will not be
mana.
he will not
Able to
be
get
on
one.
the field. He will not be on the field to let your moons produce will.
Okay, so you have 1 mana. Okay.
You aren't good at all.
I was also thinking like this, but I wanted to be sure.
Oh.
So Hanzo dies.
Yeah, that's a big
Yeah.
misplay, unfortunately. Because we
So
generate
you
one,
still have the abilities on
Yeah,
stage
right.
so he
you
can
get
still pay
yes.
1 stone to get 1 moon.
From the Kaguya. Yeah.
But that's, I mean, that's the game at that point. Unfortunately, that's going to take us to game 2. That's an unfortunate misplay.
Officer.
Yes.
Like-
Pass.
Oof.
Okay. So draw for turn.
Yeah, the fact that Fallen Angel generates at
Recover.
-12 for the whole turn is huge.
So you have only 1 green mana and 1 colorless. And 1 hand
Yes.
card.
Yeah.
1 hand card. Okay.
Yeah.
And no order ability right now. No order chance. Making a mana. Going to combat.
Yeah, 12.
12.
That's fine.
Takes him down to 28. Yeah, now Philip just gets to kind of whittle his way down and find the ways to be able to turn off his Systema, like when he needs to. Kaguya is like super far behind at this point. Especially if this is a second Tiny Violet, which it feels
To
like it
cast
is.
another Tiny
Yeah,
Violet.
then he just gets to get those 2 Aegis back in his hand and we get to start ripping it.
And want to put my 2 Ages back in my hand.
Yeah. If I was Lee at this point, I'd probably just concede and go to game 2.
Then end step.
Yep.
Discard.
I discard a card. Wait, what?
No. I have to
Oh,
discard
you have to
because I have
discard.
2
Yeah.
in my hand.
How many order rulers
Also,
make it
I
to
have
day
to-
2? Just one. Just Kaguya.
Okay.
Made it to day 2.
Ooh. Oh, like this. I'm discarding an Aegis and a Explosion Demon.
Interesting that we decided to discard the Aegis. That feels like it's pretty good in this situation, especially since he has 2 Tiny Violets.
Um, yeah, you
Unless
can,
he
yeah.
unless he has another 2 Aegises still in hand. That's a very real possibility.
Kaguya enters.
Kaguya enters to get him
Targeting you.
getting a moon and draw a card. Kaguya enters the game of
This
gods.
would be like 2000 damage if I'm right. Still thinking about it. Because oh yeah, sorry.
The choose one is bugged. He's just putting a wind moon
I
into
have to
play.
write with, so you're on 28 and I'm full. Is this right?
Yep.
Okay.
So this is just
So
the cycle.
with target me,
He doesn't have to banish
I
any
would like
moons.
to activate 1 Tiny Violet,
Sure, go ahead.
draw a card, and want to destroy 1 of your tokens.
Yeah, there's one of the Aegises coming down.
My bird.
And draw
That's-
another card for a Steamer
Yep.
trigger.
Yep.
And yeah, then you can do the ability. I direct the card. Okay,
He's
so
gonna
no
choose.
banishing. Okay.
Choosing not to destroy. Yeah, Shukong, I think that order rulers can make it. I just think that we also had some really good sideboarding in day one that kept some of the strategies of some of the order decks out. Calamity Shield was a pretty big card that kept like Alice out. We saw that being played quite a bit. I definitely think that there are certainly some options. There was 10 Yarlathotep players yesterday.
Okay.
Just passing the turn to with 2 cards in hand. Not a good spot for Lee, unfortunately.
I'm going to, in your end step, I'm going to cast Violet.
Ooh, Violet.
Oh wow, that's really bad. Okay, am I the next one?
Um,
I am,
Violet,
right?
Flame of Providence,
I
Distortion.
have the Greatest on hand. Should I just show it to you? I have the Greatest on hand. To
Yeah, sure, that's
blank
fine.
my Steamer. Yeah.
That's fine.
So
Yeah,
Greatest to
that's fine.
blank the
Yeah,
Steamer.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, so he's just going to show the Gradius to show that he doesn't have to worry about turning off his Esteba, and we're going into game 2, which makes a lot of sense. The Kage player, Lee, definitely making some misplays there. I think you banish the moons to stop that board wipe. Especially since that was Phil's one spell for turn, like then you can just kind of reestablish with things like Kage enters the game of gods. He could use the the war it shall be to grab some other things too. I just to grab like a rabbit ninja or something else like that. I think that there were certainly some better play lines going into the sideboard here. I think Lee, looking at it, probably brings in the Exorcist Mages, I imagine, as well as the Hunting Angels. Could also see him bringing in the so Exorcist Mage is a card that I would think could come in. If I can type Exorcist Mage of the Academy, certainly a card that come in because it really helps against like the 7 Deadly Sins play. Hunting Angel to be able to kill a Garion if it sticks too early because we need to be able to kill that Garion for sure. And then Table Manners is actually a card that's been interesting. This could be a really good card as well, especially against Garion too, right? You just kill it, gain some life back, and then like it's a 5-drop. So like there's a lot of big cost cards in Carlina. So like if this thing resolves, you just kill it and move on.
Lagging? No, right?
Sorry?
Am I lagging?
No, not by me.
And
I
then
hope I don't lag.
on Philip's side,
Lag.
I could see Castle of Carlina is coming in for sure. Probably the 3rd Aegis. No, other than that, not much that I would think would come into play.
Just counting.
There's not much in the sideboard that I think would change.
Oh, that really storms on me quite hard. It's really quite bad.
I think you got lucky in this game because you hit it 6 Sage Stone in first round. I'm so okay.
I didn't have a choice. I had to Devil Stone the, I feel.
yeah. I think it
If
also
not, I'm too far behind.
Doing some sideboarding here. We're going into game 2.
I'm cutting at the half. Is it okay for you? Again?
So give me a
or-
second. Let me just. I need something to
Yeah.
talk.
No problem.
Yeah, this matchup I think is with the sideboard. I think this matchup is more winnable. But having played against Lee as well, we played in the Singapore event. We played when I played actual Order Killer versus his Kaguya deck. Lee even admitted like this is not an easy matchup for him. This is not a ruler combination that he likes to see, because like Kaguya decks run out of card value pretty quickly. And like looking at the deck list, we're not playing Absorbing Knowledge. We're not playing Spark of Life. Like, we don't have any ways to unorder. We're playing the first boons, which are pretty good, but, like, you gotta resolve them, like, to be able to get that started. So, yeah, that's the trickiness of this particular build of the Kaguya deck. Is it falls prey to that same kind of reason why we went to the black Kaguya? Is like we thought, you need to find ways to be able to establish if you get stuck on a Hanzo, and you also need to have ways to be able to get off of Hanzo. And there's not, I don't see nearly as much of that as I would think would be needed in this matchup on Lee's deck.
Okay, so who starts?
I'll go second.
Oh no, who had thought of that?
Yeah, and Kaguya player choosing to go second because it makes the most sense.
Hmm. Difficult.
What do you mean, man? It's like a 80-20 matchup.
Yeah.
It should never be difficult for you.
I'm giving 2 away. Wow. Okay. So top is done.
Wow. Mulligan for one.
Also, sorry, Magica 2.
Mulligan 2. Alright. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's see how this goes. We have Energized, which is helpful. Gets a 6 Sage Stone. If he taps...
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I want to make red, black.
He's obviously going for 7 Deadly Sins here,
Hold on a second.
which in my opinion is a reason to let this 6 Sage Stone resolve. Because the problem is with 7 Deadly Sins is even if you feed thing to cancel the upkeep trigger, he can pay one.
Legally allowed to search out a card?
Can't hear me? Or
I can hear you. I'm not allowed to look out. Yeah. Flames of Outer World. Flames of Outer World. I don't know. The one they can burn for 800. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wrong one. No, it's mana. It's mana. It's mana cost. It's will cost.
one red.
1 red. Okay. Yep. Alright.
Providing some Oracle text on Gradius. We are going to go for a Featsing to cancel the
6 stone.
6 Sage
to cancel the 6 Sage Stone trigger.
Yeah, you can get the token. It's okay.
So there's a little bit weird here is
So I
that
have to pay 1 more.
you just pay the 6 Sage Stone to recover the Carlina, like, and then you still get to resolve 7 Deadly Sins, which feels really good here.
Doesn't matter. I have to pay it like this.
Okay.
Because this would be else really bad. I'm going to
Whoa.
cast 7 Deadly Sins.
Okay, 7 Deadly Sins is coming out here. This is where that Gradius is going to come in.
And put and I'm thinking. Sorry. Oh no, I did it wrong because I would have to announce it now. I put a Garyon on my board.
Okay, so we've got a Garion.
Yeah, go ahead.
And now I'm, Jeremy, sorry. If I attack his feating and he makes the D-order ability, can I still attack the Resonator, or is it another card? Okay, thanks, because it's the estimate trigger, and it's, yeah. Okay, thanks, because I don't know. Okay, thanks.
I think it's over, man. You go Gary off first turn. What the fuck?
Yeah, I have Gary on first turn. I think it's over.
Just doing a ruling here for the guys at the table.
Because right now, if it goes through, I can attack your feating, destroy the feating, so you have to tap for stone, and can't cast anything, and I draw a card for his team and have Gary on board.
Yeah. Wait, it didn't matter if I fixing 6H stone, right?
Hey, what's up?
So, hello Charlie. The question is, I have a Garyon on board, and he has a feating ordered. So Garyon has target attack. So I want to attack his feating. And if he does the D order ability, am I still attacking the Resonator feating?
Yeah, you'll still be attacking the same target.
Okay. So I would go to combat step
Yeah.
and want to attack your feating.
I'll activate the revolution effect to draw one.
Yes. And then she dies.
Yep.
So I get to draw a card through his teamer.
Yep.
And pass a turn. Oh yeah, thanks Charlie. I was too late. Okay, you can go.
Okay. Yeah, this is not looking good. Turn 1 Gary's real. I mean, it's gonna come down to, like we said, those table manners maybe.
Yes.
But if I'm Philip,
okay,
I'm just
no,
playing
sure. Yes.
playing protect the Garion at this point. Hunting Angel is also a big card here. It could come down to we have to find some way to kill that Garion, otherwise we are sorely out of luck in this version of the build for Lee.
So everything all right?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
But with only a greenstone, we're kind of out of luck there. We already have energized, so it's like at least 2 turns that we have to wait. Like, looking at the board, looking at the deck, hitting a greenstone there has 0 castables. At least until next turn.
I'll pass the turn.
Yeah, 0 castables in the main.
Draw.
And the sideboard,
Yep.
0 castables with just 1 will.
Going to
It
recover.
being not a 6H stone. If we had 6H stone, we at least threaten Hunting Angel, but like with it being green,
Stone
0
stone.
castables.
Yeah, I'll scoop.
Okay.
Yeah, and at that point in time, Lee's just gonna concede because he
Sorry.
knows that there's no
That's
out
fine,
there.
man.
So
Okay.
yeah, that's unfortunate. That is the matchup, though. I mean, 7 Deadly Sins really lets you turn on the power, and it really does indicate, show why, as the Kaguya deck, you kind of just need to adjust to be able to answer Hanzo better. Or adjust to be able to answer the Garion. Like, things like Flashing Smile and stuff like that are pretty well needed. And it just doesn't... hitting the greenstone there was just absolutely... was pretty devastating. Yeah, it's very, very good. So, like, things like Exorcist Mage are certainly going to come back into popularity for sure. For sure, things like that are going to need to happen because you need to be able to punish. The problem is then, though, it's like So it's a weird mix-up, right? Is the fact of like you can use Exorcist Mage to help there, but then like Exorcist Mage doesn't have barrier, and it's a 4/4. So then like there's a very real possibility that you can just get the same kind, like they can still use a discard card to kill it, and then the 7 Deadly Sins resolves. Like it's a big card. It's a big card in those matchups. It's not. You need to get off of playing just 1-drops, even more so now, which is a big hindrance to a lot of order decks. I mean, like, it's a big thing. It's just it is what it is. You can't be too dependent on 1-drops anymore, unfortunately. It's pretty early in we still got quite a few games. All the other top 3 games are currently going. So. Just go ahead and report. Yeah, Lee, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it does come down to, like I said, having. I mean, like you have stuff in the sideboard to be able to answer it for sure. I almost kind of think that like because it's Carlina, because it's Carlina doing coin order feasting on a 6 Sage Stone trigger. Normally, if 7 Deadly Sins didn't exist, would feel good because then it would like not do very good. But at the same time. It's even less worth it, I think, because of 7 Deadly Sins. So it's better to just like save the will, to just be able to have the coin. Like if he had tried to, like, because the thing is though, if you had not done anything, if you just left coin nap, I don't know what your hand was. If you had a Hunting Angel in hand and he tries to pressure with that, makes the mistake of like trying to pressure in with the Gary, and then you can Hunting Angel it and you save a lot of things. You had Table Manners, but you hit 6 Sage Stone again. Yeah, for sure. The other thing is if he doesn't swing with the Gary, then you have that Table Manners in hand. So then like you only take, if he doesn't swing with the Gary, he's not going to swing again. So you can just Call Stone Pass, and probably survive to be able to play the Table Manners. And like Philip's deck isn't playing any kind of, like, other than Rigveda, I don't think Philip's deck is playing. I mean, true, he is playing 4 copies, so, like, you do have to watch out for that. Oh, and he is also playing 2 number 13s. So, like, he's got a couple outs, but, like, then you at least have a shot, like, if he doesn't have it. And if you're not committing anything to board, then he's not going to get a stemma value. So that's a big piece, too, is, like, knowing when to commit things to board versus not against the stemma Carlina. Especially Philip's version, I will say it's a very strange build. I still think it has a lot of good outs against the order decks too, but it's certainly playing some very interesting techs that I wouldn't have thought to go for. That I think probably make it pretty vulnerable to like Thief Mooch. I don't necessarily know how this deck does in the Thief Mooch matchup versus the way that we're playing it, which I think has a much better Thief Mooch matchup. So yeah, an unfortunate. Your entire hand was 1-drops. Yeah, literally unplayable hand. So it's exactly what happened in the Singapore event, kind of too. So sorry to hear that. But congratulations on the top 8. Thanks for being here. Enjoy your top 8 Uber. The first top 8 Uber of the season. Getting that Uber Nyarlathotep ordered looks pretty cool. Can't wait to try to see one of those in person. Should be a lot of fun. Let's see what else we got going on. So we got 3 games going on. So I guess I'll just here with you guys for a while. I'm trying to think. Normally I'd have Paul, but obviously Paul's not here today, so it's just me. So let's take a look at the other matchups we have right now. Are the heavy discard Derek Muguineza, Carlina Estema versus Thief Mooge, which is, I mean, it's a pretty. I look at Phil's. Let me look at Phil. Paul's list. Paul's list is a pretty standard Thief Mooge package. It's interesting that it's playing 4 tea parties. I don't, other than just to thin the deck, I guess. Sure, you can send me a picture. I've got a photo of it. I just haven't seen it in person. It's always better in person. Yeah, Paul's list is pretty standard. I would argue that it almost might be worse against Carlina Astema because of the fact that it doesn't have, like, its win con is just the Priscia train. Like, that's its only threat. And I do know that that Derek is playing Battle Comes to an End's mained, which, like, if in Derek's list, if that Battle Comes to an End ever resolves, and he's also maining one Castle of Carlina like a champ, if that Battle Comes to an End ever resolves, like, I'm pretty sure Paul just loses because he doesn't have any threats in the deck outside of Faria. Because he's not doing the Virgil tech that some people have been playing. So that it is going to come down to that. Sorry. Yeah, it is going to come down to this, which I think is we played this. I was previously playing Silmeria, Dance of Spirits, but people have pretty quickly adjusted to playing against Dance of Spirits, so it's not seeing as much play. It's not seeing as much viability, which is why Battle Comes to an End has kind of taken that spot, because you know, it's this idea of against the Feathmooch matchup with Carlina Astema, like, you need to be always pressuring them so that they burn out their cancels, so that when you need to resolve something later, they don't have as many tools. Battle Comes to an End really helps, because, like, if I slam this turn 1 and you don't have an out, like, GG, especially against a deck like Paul. Like, if he hits Priscia, like, game over. The next matchup we're still waiting on is Daniel Negrete versus Gio, which is Carlina Dante versus the combo, the Mooj Dart Decapitation combo, which I think, looking at that matchup, I don't know who wins that. Daniel is playing 3 copies of Attendant Asmodeus, which that actually might be a huge indicative factor in that matchup for sure, because, like, the combo doesn't work without Lycaons, and Daniel has between main and side between main and side he's got 4 copies of Attendant of Asmodeus, so, like, especially game 2 we can just get rid of it. He's also playing 7 Deadly Sins and Garion. Garion doesn't super hurt the combo, but also the combo has 0 spot removal for a Garion. Looking at it, so, like, it's the same kind of idea. If we see a 7 Deadly Sins into a Garion, that's going to shut the duck down really hard, because you can't play Dolly. You can't play Decapitation. So, like, that would be kind of huge. But then you just gotta watch out for the burn. But Dante helps because it gets us for 4 copies of Virgil. And then Maxime versus Tuan is Feathmooch. It's pretty decked. It's got good Gary spot removal. It's got the Virgil, the end of the line Virgil play from the Priscia chain. So it's got threats outside of Priscia, but it's also not running the Faria first boon package, which is interesting for sure. It's also maining 2 copies of Table Manners. That's very interesting. And then the Carlina Dante build that we saw, playing some pretty interesting tech cards. I mean, it's playing the Violet, heavy investment Violet, which actually could end up being a pretty important card, because there's nothing other than a single copy of Valentina. There's nothing in Maxime's list that can deal with something that has Eternal outside, because he's not even sideboarding. He's not even sideboarding a Tiger Magic. So, like, if that Violet hits the board, there's nothing in Maxime's list that can remove it, which is kind of huge. So, some pretty interesting tech choices on these top 8 decks for sure. Very interesting choices. yeah, it's interesting stuff overall. I'm getting sending me a picture of the top 8. Oh, a little video of the top 8 Uber. Sure, let's show this on stream. This will be fun. I can show this media file. You can hear my own audio. 1 second. So let's do it. We'll do just a quick little video file. Downloads, thanks to our friends. We can see. Whee! See what it. That looks really nice. That looks really. I'm gonna play it one more time just for everybody. Play. Those look really sick. I need to own one of those. Like now. Wow, maybe I am gonna play next week. Just so I can. Oh, I just removed something that I shouldn't have removed. What did I remove? Well. Oh, I removed the. What round it is. Up next is top 4. Still waiting to see how the results are from the other games. They're still playing. I mean, they're definitely other, like, any of the other 3 matchups could certainly go either way, I think. It comes down to tech and it comes down to playing tight. That's going to be the biggest part about it, which is, I mean, like, that's what you want in a top 8, right? Other than, unfortunately, this particular top 8 match, which was just like an 80-20. The other ones feel very 50-50, and it's going to come down to tight play, which also means that, like, the rest of our top 4 and our finals are going to be 50-50 as well, which has been cool. Thank you all so much for everybody who's joined the channel as a member, by the way. Super appreciate it. It goes to help buy new equipment, helps get us to events when we can make it, and helps to go towards FowFest 2. So, like, that's a thing. Get ready for FowFest 2 later this year. Hosting our second big event as Ruler School. My games have never lasted till the time call. Yeah, nice and quick, unfortunately. But yeah, this has been overall at the competitive level. It's a pretty fun format, I think, for people who like dig interaction and deep play lines and stuff, and don't mind their brain hurting. In the casual format, it's even more wide open because I have lots of more stuff. Like, I know our locals doesn't typically. We build a lot of different decks. People like bring different decks to the event. Steph D, thank you so much for joining the channel as a member and for that amazing super chat yesterday. Super appreciate it. Glad to have you here. I think we're at a grand total of, between the 2 streams, we're at like 6 new members. So we really appreciate that. And good old Rustin coming in with a welcome mang. Feature match this week. We are actually, so normally after a GP, we don't have a feature match. This week we do, because I was able to get it edited well enough. So this week's feature match is going to be our first takes on new Dante versus new Alice, with the new stuff, including some of the old stuff. So be on the lookout for that this week. We will not be doing office hours tomorrow because we are going to be very tired. I am going to be very tired. I mean, Paul's not here today, so you can let Kyron, Paul, and I stream. Listen, Eris, if you want to fly to my house, if you want to bring Babatunde with you, if you want to have me teach you all the ins and outs of running the stream so that Ruler School can stream and I can play at an event, completely independent of you guys. I mean, like, I'm not going to say no, but I am going to need your computer. So that's a thing, but I can't, I only have one. I don't have a laptop yet. So it's an interesting development. We went from a desktop to just feature matches, to a laptop, to a better laptop, to this wonderful desktop, but now I don't have a laptop anymore. So, like, mobile streaming is like my phone, which is not super great. So, like, eventually Ruler School is just going to need to invest in a second laptop so that, like, when we go to, like, pre-releases and stuff, we can have a better looking, like, overlay for those streams and not have to rely on cell phone cameras. But that's the next investment. That's the next big piece. So, but channel members help with that. You guys all support that. You know, just watching the videos, we like doing it. This love this game. Coming up on 10 years this game's been around. Like, that's pretty huge. I mean, 10 years not in the United States. It's been about 8. It's coming up on 8 years in the United States, and we've been making content from it since the beginning. So we're still here, still having some fun. Share with me what you need to do. So many people offering to stream for me so that I can play and prove my dominance. Prove that I've still got what it takes. Look, I got Carlina Band and Wanderer. I'm taking 100% credit for getting Carlina Band and Wanderer. Mike Rant and I broke her, so we did what we needed to do. Or a stream deck. I have a stream deck. It's right here. I just need like a mobile. I'll do it. Don't tempt. I mean, like, I guess I'm tempting you. We do eventually need to get something to be able to run mobile, like, mini event streams that don't require us to bring the whole kit, like a couple of other things. You got a pre-release kit. Last set was amazing. Love the dual deck. Sick. Awesome, Steph. Awesome. I mean, I like the new cards. I like the new cards by themselves. I like the new cards in the Wanderer environment. I like the new cards pulling them into New Frontier stuff. We got to get Tea Party corrected. Like, this card needs to be different than it currently is. The artwork continues to be gorgeous. Like, things are good. Things are good. I'm excited. Let's talk about, you know what this is. Let's talk about Wanderer. Let's talk about the shift. We're not going to talk about the ban list because we all know our thoughts, and you guys answered some wonderful questions about what people thought should be banned. So I appreciate that. But let's talk about this transition. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the chat about this transition to the Wanderer and how that's being carried out, and what cards, I guess, what cards you would want to see reprinted. Like, what are the Wanderer staples that you hope get into new players' hands through this supplemental product that they've talked about? Tell fowtcg to go to NYC Anime Con. Look, I would love to travel to conventions, and like, I would set up a booth and teach people how to play Force of Will for days on end. Like, I would love to. Fow used to travel to conventions. We did Gen Con, we did some other ones. It just hasn't been a thing for a while, unfortunately. But like, if any con wants to say, you know, hey, come on out and have a good time, teach people how to play Force of Will, I'll figure it out. I'd love to go. Love to meet new people. Let's see, I'm getting messages here. Someone raise So yeah, those are some things. Bring the Mad Maiden. Mad Maiden. You mean Dark Alice? Oh no, Joan d'Arc? Wow, just hit the microphone. I apologize. Get Joan d'Arc? That might be cool. Oh, I think that judge call hopefully got answered. 10 minutes left in the round. Moving right along. Nobody's done yet but us. Joan d'Arc Mad Maiden. Cool card. Is that what my full... Oh, interesting development. I sent Paul home with my entire collection. Outside of the stuff for New Frontiers. Oh, my entire collection. And so Paul will not be joining me next weekend to commentate. I believe that might be Babatunde in the chat. Might be joining us as our co-commentator. And we are going to be trying to do... Paul is going to be sorting my entire Wanderer collection so that we're ready for the transition. So that should be fun. Let's see. We don't have any of the results yet. So we'll see. DBV staples and lore out of the major ones I can think of. Magic Stone Lab 2, every special stone that has been printed up to now. Yeah, I mean, like, so like, there's two this is an interesting point, right? Let's talk about, there are two different ways that this product could be designed, right? And I think that there's a ideal way and that there's a less ideal but still good way, right? And this is what it is, right? It's way one is Vingolf style, where it's a box, it's one box, maybe you have to buy two. If you actually want me to play, send me the stream assets, run it off your computer, not through Ruler School, and do like a Twitch stream. No, it has to be on my channel. I probably won't play. I'll probably actually just commentate again. I enjoy commentary. Although I really want one of those events. I've never been so driven to want to play competitive before. Like the Singapore event. The problem is the Singapore event and the Wanderer event in Minnesota has been like, get me, but I kind of have a commitment with everything that everyone's done to commit to streaming. So unfortunate. So if they do it like a Vingolf, even if it's a buy two for Vingolf, it still would be less than the price of a box, because most Vingolfs are like $40 in the history's past. So it'd be like 2 boxes that you have to buy, and it's a half play set of everything, right? And it's just sealed kit, right? Just same model, make it in a cool product, make it in a cool box that can be used for holding all of your stuff in like a nice little, like even like redesign the Vingolf 3 box just with new packaging, right? That would be very, very cool. And then you do don't want to play Beatrice again. And then you from there you just like, that's it. It's just limited and sealed. And the pro to that is it's very clearly marketed towards a specific people. It's very easy to print a bunch of them. And also it's good for people like me who would probably buy multiple cases of it, not to hoard, but to stockpile for if there's not a second print run. Like I would pre-order multiple cases. And the reason why would be to take it and always have it available at traditional pricing. So like if the first print run sells out and they don't make a second print run, which would be foolish, and people want it, I'm just like, cool. I'm going net zero on this. I'm not making a profit off of it. I just want you to have those cards. So that's my first thought. The second is to do it like Rebirth of Legends, but a little bit of a bigger box. So maybe like 10 packs. My concern with that is with how big, which would be cool, because then like, you know, you buy a little 10-pack box, you get some packs, you get that feeling of like cracking packs. It's really, really cool. And I like that it's all Wanderer staples and reprints. And like, if you're not someone who needs the new stuff or needs the reprints, you like don't have to go in on a full collection, but like maybe there's a specific art for an updated card art for a card that you really, really want. So then you can like buy a single box or buy a pack every now and then. The reason why so like that's cool. The reason why I don't like that is because I imagine that the Wanderer reprint pool of good cards is pretty big, in my opinion. Like if we were to even take just the top 20 cards from every color that we're doing in our set, then you're at least at 140 cards. So then you're at 140 cards, which is bigger than a main set, and then you want to reprint them in booster packs. And then that's not even considering rulers. So like it feels like it's too big of a pool of good cards that would need to get into new players' hands to do a limited product from. But you know, then it's like worse for newer players, but better for older players. But also that's not who the product is for. Like the product is for newer players versus older players. So it's a toss up. It's a toss up either way. I think it could go either way. I think that one is very clearly better than the other. But that's me. So there you go. That's my thoughts. Add them into the main sets to increase the size. Yep, that could be. Or bring back like Memoria in a sense. I know that people thought it was silly, but since we're going to we could bring back the Memoria in a different way. Like you don't have to have them be like, take the Memoria slot and have it be just a Wanderer Staples slot. right? So like that's the thought, where it doesn't have a special border. Like it might just have the updated card art of the new card, but because the new sets are all Wanderer, it's like it's in that set, but we're all already playing Wanderer anyway, so it's just good. And it's the same named card, so it doesn't mean you can suddenly play 8. Like that's this idea. Yeah. The way that AO1 and AO2 are done, being the small sets that they are with the 10 boxes and the Memoria, would be gross. I don't think that would serve the purpose that they want it to serve, and I think they know that, so I don't think that's what's going to happen. Steph D, yeah, the plan is the card size for Memoria was Steph D. Are we reprinting old rule? Are they reprinting old rulers? According to the article that talks about the supplemental product, they talked about how it would be designed to try to get older rulers into the hands of new players along with their support suites. So we don't know which ones they would be doing, but we do know that that's their plan. So good question. Eliminate one normal slot and add a reprint slot. No, I think you just take basic magic stones, or I think you just take basic magic stones out of the slot, of the basic magic stone slot out. And so then you have 8 main set cards. So 6 normals, a rare, and a full art, or a rare or up and a full art slot. And then you can have the token slot, and then you have the Memoria reprint slot. And then you go back to doing the little like magic stone pack in boxes. Which old ruler is coming back? We don't know. We don't know which rulers are coming back. We don't know how many of them and which ones. It would be cool if it was every single one. Like it's a Vingolf and it just has like, here's 150 rulers. But then like, how do you support all of those in a Vingolf style product? You can't. You can't possibly. So I think there will be some that are just not reprinted. And that'll be that. You think all old rulers will be reprinted, but they won't do it in one set. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing too, is like they can also just like bring it back over time. Like it doesn't have to be it shouldn't be just a one and done. It should be like we're gonna do something like this at least once a year, even if it's just like reprinting, like the Vingolfs just become Wanderer staple kits, and like we just kind of cycles and stuff, cycles. Like I don't hate that. The biggest challenge is going to be making sure that there's enough of it available for people when we're like, a vote on the website would be cool by opportunity. It's about having enough on the website, or having enough available, or like being willing to print second and third waves of the Wanderer product, so that it's continually available to get in people's hands for newer players. That's going to be the big challenge. And I will say that since Assault into the Demonic World, sealed product is significantly more available than it has been. Like Magic Stone War and Epic of the Dragon Lord are pretty hard to get a hold of. Anything before then's pretty decent. Anything decently recent is hard to get a hold of. You can get old school stuff for sure. But I will say that since Assault into the Demonic World, way more sealed boxes of product are available in the community at any point in time for people who are looking for it. So that's a good sign, I think, that a Wanderer reprint set would be well stocked and not Vingolf 3 issues. Still waiting on these other tables. People are taking a long time. So what I'm going to do to save my voice is I'm going to get some water, take a short break, and we will be back with our top 4. Let me know in the comments what decks you guys would like to see from the top 4, which match you would want to see. Obviously, we're not going to take... Oh, I guess it's pretty decided that we're going to take the winner of whatever Phil's opponent isn't. Whoever isn't playing against Phil, so that he can have a break from being on stream. But we'll be back shortly. And let me know in the comments what deck you want to win the whole thing. Thanks, guys. Be back in a bit. ready to get started. Just want to make sure I have you both on the right side of the screen here.
Oh, and since my mic was so loud yesterday, maybe you should put me down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm turning you down a little bit on my end, just to have you a little not so boomy on my stream here. So we've got, apparently your deck is your own name. That's not what I wanted. Okay, we're here.
If you're putting my deck name up, it's going to be kind of amusing here.
It's just your rulers. I'm sorry. Okay, so again, for the you guys have 60 minutes on the round. Again, we if you want to make a judge call, you can. If you want to ask what time on round is, you can just say, "Hey, Jeremy," and I'll let you know. But other than that, you guys have 60 minutes. Welcome to top 4. Congrats on both making it this far. You may begin.
Hello, I didn't play against you yesterday.
Okay, so I'll get Mad Maiden off of here. Let's talk about 7 Deadly Sins is going to be the big card of this matchup, and Flashing Smile. I am just talking about the Paul and the fact that he only has 2 Flashing Smiles in the deck, and those are like his only outs to a Garion if it sticks.
Yeah,
So it's going to be tricky. Tuan is not playing. He's playing Rigveda. Oh, he is playing the. He does have the Violet play, so that's an interesting play here. If we get the Violet out, there's nothing in. There is nothing in Paul's deck that can answer the Violet once it sticks. Oh, that's not true. He has a single copy of Dolly that could bounce it. But beyond that, in the main board, there is nothing in Paul's deck that can answer the Eternal Violet once it hits board. He has no way to remove Eternal at all. So it might come down to that card in terms of how aggressive we can. So yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this goes. This is the only Feathsing Lycion deck in the top 4. Like we said, it's 2 Carlina Dante, which are both very different. Carlina Astema, which is also very different from what I've seen, and then Feathmooge. So the 2 quote-unquote best, some of the 2 quote-unquote best rulers in the meta. Turn 0 Garion, to me, is only good if we're going second. Because then we have the will to be able to like do Garion. We can Garion to stop the Welser. I also think that it's better to do T1. If Feathmooge hits 6-8 stone on 1, it's better to even, instead of doing T1 7 Deadly Sins, to do T1 Rigveda or T0 Rigveda, which we are playing 2 copies of Rigveda in Tuan's hand, in Tuan's main list. I only like it if you're going second and only on certain matchups. Like, because Flashing Smile is a card and both players can see their deck lists now. So like, Tuan knows that Paul plays Flashing Smile, and Paul knows that Dante is playing 7 Deadly Sins with Garion. A big thing here against Paul's deck, though, is that we are maining Dante. Yeah, I think Judgmenting Dante right here off the bat is really important, because we're going to be able to get the Virgil out immediately, and also then immediately turn on the Godsword of Dante and just sit on it for forever. So that to me is a huge piece. Being able to turn off Tea Party for the whole game and essentially tell Paul he's got 4 dead cards in his deck is pretty huge.
So how would you like me to guess?
Half side.
So we'll see how this goes. If there's an answer to the Virgil. Does this Dante resolve? Probably doesn't, I can imagine.
I gotcha.
But the thing is, we also have Carlino will to be able to use, like that Virgil hitting board here is actually really huge. Like the early pressure from that Virgil is pretty huge. The question is, do we have the Welser, and is there a Garion in hand? And if we don't have Welser, do we want to risk Melfi into 6-8 stone?
Battle?
Virgil resolves.
Go at you for 1,000.
30.
That's a huge first hit.
And then I'm gonna pass turn.
Draw for turn.
Get him down to 30. That is huge early turn, because that's now a card that like we have to answer. 6 Sage Stone. We have to go for a. It's going to go for a Melfi.
I'm gonna go ahead and play number 13 on your Melfi with Carlina.
Energize. Last lecture.
Last lecture gets the number 13 back to hands.
Yes.
Don't think that was necessarily quite the best play, unfortunately. Oh, he recovers the Mooch start. Yep, interesting. Is there something, I mean, like this potentially gets us to Flashing Smile right now. I wonder how many Lycions there are in Paul's hand. That's a big question.
First screen. Cast a big show.
So you have your picture.
Bottom both of these. Cast another.
You can go, you can go.
Yeah, yeah. No worries. That's pretty good. And I'll keep both of these.
So, based on how many Lycions we have here, this could be a pretty good turn. Do we have just one? Just one's not super great. Two's pretty good.
Activate Mooch Start.
We start to dig. We're trying to find a Flashing Smile, I imagine.
Bottom.
Pretty dependent on what we have here. We'd have to commit to the Flashing Smile now. It'd feel pretty weird. It'd feel pretty bad to have to wait. Could see a first boon here.
Cast Melfi.
Oh, to cast a Melfi. Yep, we can dig a little bit.
Okay. Result?
Double white. Cast Flashing Smile.
Oh, he knew that the Flashing Smile was on top. So that does kill the Virgil.
How many cards do you have in hand?
Currently 3. I'll be going to 4.
Will have 4. Yes. Okay. Results.
So that takes a lot out of Paul, though, to just get rid of the Virgil. Does only leave him with just Last Lecture.
Turn, draw.
And it does use one of the 2 Flashing Smiles. So if we have a way to go to a Garion here, it could be pretty huge.
Coldstone with Dante.
Hitting a 6 Sage Stone here, which is really good.
Yep.
With the trigger on the stack.
Mhm.
Wait.
Thinking about how he wants to play this out. So we have a possible Last Lecture or number 13 available. If we want to hard cast Garion and the answer is number 13, we have Carlina God's Art.
Tap Carlina for green and black.
Green black.
Recover.
Recover. If we... Okay, so there's a couple outs here. We'd have to have double Garion to make sure the first one resolves. And be able to save it. It also does tap us out, but we're pretty safe from any kind of crackback if we do it. We have to float the double green off of the 6 Sage Stone here before we go into it.
Green black and green black. So you have 3 greens, 3 black.
3 green, 3 black.
Play a Garion with still 1 green
1 floating green. So this is pretty good. So now we have answers to both number 13 and last lecture, because we can, if we have a second Garion in hand, we can cancel it. If he goes for a number 13, then we can just use the Carlina God's Art. So this is going to resolve. If he has a second Garion in hand, this is going to resolve. This is pretty huge. And we are down to just one flashing smile at this point.
I will just big show.
He's just gonna do big show. I think we still Gary in this, to be perfectly honest.
How many cards do you have in hand now?
3.
3, and Precia's gonna be the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
And you've cast it's the 3rd one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go ahead and pay the green Exile Garion from my hand to.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
That's fine.
So,
Mm-hmm.
still think you God's Art. Yeah, well, we're just going in for 15.
Yep. 15.
Takes him down to 15. I mean, like, that's huge. That's very huge.
Yeah, you can go.
Draft turn. You have 4 cards in hand?
He's only cast 3. So the thing is here, he's only now cast 3 big shows total, which means that we can't cast a 4th, which means we can't get Faria. And that's pretty huge here.
Untap.
Like the crackback, so Paul's pretty threatened here by this Garion because it can just swing over and kill. And Paul only has one other out in deck to a Garion, which is Flashing Smile. So if he doesn't have it here, like, we're in big trouble. Playing this very smart. Big Show's locked out. Can't cast Last Lecture now. Can't cast Tea Party. Can't cast Alice's Trick. Can't cast Dolly. Can't cast Feastings. Literally the only out right now is Flashing Smile, and we have barely any ways to draw for it because we've already burned through. We've got a single filter. And I don't know if there's a way to stop. Yeah, casting the Big Show there was pretty huge.
Huge mistake.
Going down to 3.
Call Stone Feasting.
Doesn't hit the 6 Sage Stone.
Activate it, yeah.
Gets to do whatever he wants for the turn. Has to bank on a... It has to be a... Oh, the problem is, though, he has so few cards in hand. If he casts
Cast Melfi.
Melfi here,
You have your Melfi.
can't do anything.
Green draw.
Double green draw. It's at 4 cards in hand. Flashing Smile isn't enough. Even right now, Flashing Smile isn't enough to kill the Garion, which is real rough. This is... Yeah, a lot of brick versus also Tuan playing this really smart. And yeah, the Big Show felt really weird there, but also, like, props to Tuan for threatening the Garion cancel, but then also, like, having the Garion cancel. Like, I think with the represented green wheel, it might have just been better for but then, like, then you're only at 2 big shows, and then you can't even, like, grab a Welser off of a Prisia. So, like, I don't know, the cost of Faria is double white, double red, so, like, uncastable right now anyway.
Yeah, cast Pursue.
So we can get a 3-drop.
Cast Prisia?
Mm-hmm.
Prisia needs you need to pay the 2, no?
Yes, I am with the Melfi double green.
Oh yeah, sorry. Sure. Okay,
So we get to go get a 3-drop here. Looking at Paul's list, the 3-drops he can grab. He could grab Dolly. He could grab the Dolly to bounce the Garion. And that at least turns him on for right now. But man, does that feel bad. So, like, that's an out here to at least get the Garion off the board. But it burns him through a Prisia. Leaves him with only 3 cards in hand. And then there's a possibility that the Garion just gets recast because he's still threatened. He still has the Goddard cancel. Like that feels. He could crash in with the Melfi's plus Flashing Smile. Yeah, I mean like the grab here has to be Dolly. I can't imagine anything else. Never End maybe, but like never, because Never End flies, and you've got enough and things to be able to give it Eternal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It'd be exactly enough to be able to have Never End with flying. So like, there's an out. Oh, he can Pristia Chain. That works too. But like, this seems really greedy to do on his turn. Oh, we've got a flyer to be able to protect it, but like, let's look at Tuan's list. Tuan is playing a lot. Tuan is also playing 2 copies mained of Flames of the Outer World. So like if either of those is in hands, like you're just out of luck. And we're also playing more like, ugh, there's a lot of stuff here. Flames is going to be huge.
Beginning of mine draw.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and activate Never End effect now.
So he's gonna everything you have in your Graven field is
Yep.
a fairy tale. So he's a 14, 14, 15, 15.
Yep, with flying, and my board has Eternal.
Your board has Eternal. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that seems okay. This gives him a pretty free turn. Let's look at Never End real quick.
Cover your Gary too.
Yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
Let's see. His whole board has Eternal for right now. I don't hate the idea of going for a 7 Deadly Sins before Paul's draw to do a Fallen Angel of Black Tears. While still having 4 cards in hand. I mean, this is the one out. I still think the Dolly would have been better, personally, than the Never End. I mean, it does give his whole board Eternal. And this is threatening crackback lethal, right? So, like... So there's an interesting... So here's the interesting thing, is, like, there might be a turn for Stan. If we have another Virgil in hand, like, this actually might be a good turn to go for Satan. If I'm being perfectly honest. You can, like, cast the Virgil, hold priority, replace to Stan, do Goddard of Stan. There's, like, yeah. There's a line here that clears everything.
Yeah, I have to have 10 or more permanents between main and grave. I believe I'm at 2, 4, 11, 12, 13.
So, like, there's a line here where you... Because you have Garion on board, because we have Carlina Goddard, you call someone Dante, Judgment Carlina, kill Carlina to cast Virgil, hold priority, cast Carlina's God's Art to make stuff uncancelable for some reason. Doesn't protect the Virgil at all, but you might as well burn it.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Then go for Stan, do Stan, rip everything to shreds, get the token, get the Virgil, right? You'd have to have a Virgil in hand here. Like, you'd have to have Virgil in hand to make this play.
pay 2. Judging Cardina.
Oh my gosh, it's exactly the play. Let's see.
And I'm gonna play a Vigilius, making Cardina Astral.
Hold priority before Virgil.
Attempt to number 13.
still think you go for the stand line. If I'm being honest, I don't know, maybe not. I mean, because now Paul's threatening lethal crackback on board. Like you have to go for the stand line here. Like it's the proper play. Oh. And the reason why I still think you go for it there is because then the Virgil hits your graveyard. That was a mistake. Because then the Virgil would still hit graveyard before, the Virgil would still hit graveyard after the stand token hits the board. So at that point in time, if you have a 7 Deadly Sins, you can just resolve it. Like, it's really unfortunate. Paul is tapped out, right? So there is a world maybe where a 7 Deadly Sins gets to resolve a Fallen Angel of Black Tears and wipes the whole board. But yeah, I still think going for this, like Paul, because he's already burned his Pricias, like this I think is the proper play because he's also not at high enough to be able to do number 13 or to do Black Witch. So like the Goddard is going to resolve, and I think you're just at way more value because he also doesn't have a. Yeah.
Yep, no peace.
Yeah.
At least not for that.
There's no out in Paul's deck in the main deck to stop the Goddard.
Yep.
So it hits everything from both players' field and hands, gets them RFG'd.
So both lose hands.
Hopefully no tea parties.
Anything relevant from you? I got Wells or Trishul Garion.
Okay, so no tea parties.
And so now we have a 4,000.
With Barrier in the turn.
Yeah, yep, Rustin, that is, I would respond to it for sure. So that you still have your number Virgil in the grave, and then if I can top deck a, 7 Deadly Sins and reanimate Virgil.
Sure.
Yep.
He does get to be able to Judgment Feasting to draw an extra card here. So that's a thing. You can't stop the damage from the token though, because it has barrier, but also at the same time, like you just throw Feasting under the bus.
Go ahead.
Beginning of turn. Drop. Recover.
Although if he top decks a, well, no, it has the 2 counters, so it.
Go ahead and move to combat. 4,000.
I will Judgment Feasting.
Can't prevent the damage that would be dealt by it.
Draw.
He does get to draw a card off of Mood Start.
Yes, you can draw.
Tap my mana.
Because the token has Eternal and Barrier.
Go to blocks.
Yeah.
Block.
He's a 7/9, right?
Yes.
Ooh. Do we have exactly enough?
I'm gonna pay 1 black, give it -4/-4 and draw a card.
Okay.
If this is.
So how much is she? Sorry. She's 7/9.
3. Yeah, 7/9. Now she's a 3. 5.
Wow.
I'm gonna pay 2 and
Drew the Flames!
Okay, you got it.
That's game. Wow. Wow.
so let's proceed to game 2.
Yep.
Wow. I still think that was the right play. I think the only thing that he.
I was floundering anyways, so like you likely had it. So.
I think the only thing I would have done different in that line is done the Virgil.
List, you could have. Oh no.
You do know my list.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know your list, but
I think the only thing I would have done different would have been to just go for the Goddard in response to the number 13. As soon as he tries to cast the number 13, and just go for it, so that Virgil's hitting the grave, and I have more outs than just. The or more ways to do things other than just the token, right? Then becomes the 7 deadly sins, becomes the virtual comes back, and I get to apply pressure that way, and falls back to being low, right? Just happened to hit exactly the right cards. Wow, solid play from Tuan there for game 1. Lots of sideboard cards coming in here for Paul. Probably Calamity Shields. If I'm looking at it, Calamity Shields, probably the Exorcist Mage. Setting the Stage of Providence probably also comes in, as well as maybe the Charlotte, the 1-up Charlotte. The additional Welster probably also comes in. Looking at Tuan's lists.
Yeah, casting the big show there was a mistake.
Looking at Tuan's lists, there's not a ton that I would put in. I would probably bring in the Academy Guards. I would probably...
The one where you were floating a green, because I wouldn't have been able to cast it. I should have just let it happen, cast it after.
Yeah,
I was supposed to bounce your Gary in there. I went for a different line because it screwed up. And then I'd have had a second Prissy in hand do the Faria line.
Let's see, so
I just let your Carrion do things.
probably the 2 Academy Guard, 2 Attendant, probably Castle of Carlina comes in, and probably maybe even his own Exorcist Mage. Also probably the Infernos. Like, if I'm being honest. Infernos, I think, also probably come in, because it's a pretty good card. So we'll have to see going into game 2. Tight play from Tuan. Getting to resolve that turn 1 Gary just put Paul on an immediate back foot. Like, having to spend that much just to try to go to get that clear to prevent him from getting more advantage off of it was really, really huge. I really don't know why he went for he didn't need to go that deep on the Prisias even for going for the Eternal line. Maybe it was just to threaten lethal, but like knowing that the only out to that board at that point, since he had a number 13, is exactly the Goddard. So, you bank on your opponent not having the Virgil. I don't know. That felt rough. Because Inferno gains quick cast regardless. It just only gets to choose one mode. Unless your ruler specifically is Systema.
Dang, you did that? Oh, I'm just... You did that play against me with Bradstones. The Callstone with Carlina, and then maybe not be able to Judgment your Dante.
You mean the first turn?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a risky play.
That was, yeah. Yep. No, I think that's a totally fine play. Like,
I had
you have to have maximum pressure, so you're just like, I will take this 80% to have maximum pressure instead of not doing maximum pressure and just waiting.
Points, my list. So at a point, he knew that I wanted to add Blackstones to my side to be able to have 100% Blackstones against Shithing Witch.
Yeah, I think going for the
Didn't end up making.
Yeah, didn't make the cut.
Yeah, my sideboard's a little whack. I just kind of threw it together, so.
It's interesting. So.
4 and 4.
4 and 4. Fine.
Yep.
4 and 4 down.
And half is good.
Just want to let you guys know you have 32 minutes left on round.
Okay. So I begin again? Well, my
Yeah. That was going for the Carlina, like the fact that he trying to go for the turn 1 Virtual makes the most sense if you're being forced to be on the play. So like having a 80% chance to be able to go for a turn 1 Virtual versus calling Dante and only having a 40% chance to be able to hit a turn 1 Virtual in this matchup is, I think, worth the risk of the Estema, especially if he's bordered into Infernos. Like the turn 1 Virgil is really, really, really huge. Paul's list is playing, let's see how many he's playing. One Black Witch in the sideboard. I imagine the Feastings probably came out, you'd think, right? The one Black Witch in the sideboard, no copies of Green Witch. I mean, like, it feels like you'd want to bring in the one Black Witch just to have. Especially since you get 6 cards, 3 mulligans, so like you have a good chance to see it. But even then, you have to hit exactly Melfi into that. Which, I mean, again, is hand-wise is not a big deal, but then you have to, like, commit at that point in time for that to be the answer to the Virgil. You have to commit to your coin and feasting and not being able to recover. Probably going to go for the same play where we're going to... Oof. That's really good. Standstone's really good here, because it means 6 Sage Stones for later turns, and it gets him a 5-color stone right off the bat. So I imagine we probably go for the Dante play again.
Go ahead and Judgment Dante.
Good.
Gonna search for the edges.
And it's almost like you don't want to Welser it.
6 Sage this time. Makes the
Yeah.
plays a lot different.
I mean, it would have been quite harsh on you.
Yeah.
My best opening for 2 turns in a row. 2 games in a row. Sorry. So, how do you want me to cut?
I'll tap.
You'll tap. Like
Yep, exactly.
just a slight tap. Okay, and I'm gonna play this Vigilius, making my Dante Astral.
Virgilius revolves.
Oh, and the Virgil resolves again.
Okay, battle.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go at you for 1,000.
Takes it. Just that same damage opener.
Still 40.
Wow. Oh, wow. So we're at the same spot we were before.
Draw for turn. Calls.
I mean, like, Paul doesn't have to really worry about playing through anything. Does hit 6 Sage Stone here. Recovers has the most... Leaves his coin up. We're going for the Melfi lines. It comes down to how many Lycaods do we have? Because he just gets to go at this point. Virgil being the card of the day here, which we talked about before, right? The way you deal with Thief Mooch is by applying pressure early that they just struggle with.
Results.
He's tapped out. Yeah, this is strong start. Strong start for Twan. Could go for... you can't... I mean, Lycaon... There's a world where you can end this chain with enough Lycaons and first boons where you get to go to the Faria and you cast 1,000,000 cards and you overcommit, but I also don't think that's the play.
I'll make double green. Draw.
I don't think that's the play here. I mean, you crash into the Virgil and gain the 10 life back, but like, I don't know. It feels real greedy. Oh, just one Melfi. Okay. Well, we can use Lycaon to cast another Melfi. I mean, let's sculpt the hand a little bit more before we cast another Melfi. That's for sure.
Big show.
Mm.
Let me down, Dick.
The deck's letting him down, Paul says. How many Lycaons in this massive hand? None. If he doesn't have Lycaon here, it's practically game. I can't imagine he doesn't have at least one. His opponent's tapped out, so there's no reason to not play them. He doesn't know what's on top. Could coin out a Dolly to draw a card. Or coin out... Oof. Has to blind draw here. Just cast a third Big Show. Ugh. Coin out to get third Big Show active. And has to go for the Mooj Dart dig too. If there's not a Lycion,
Go ahead.
that's the game. That's the game. Not a single Lycion. Oh my gosh, that's brutal. Completely tapped out. Dante can swing in. We've got so much will.
And call stone with Dante.
If this is a 6-age stone, the game's over. Game's over. So that's
Effect, I'm gonna tap Kalina for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 24. I mean, that's lethal. Just float double black and it's lethal. That's literally the game, unfortunately. It's just a matter of does Tuan see that? Because the Virgilius can do 6 pings for 24 plus another 3 grants, and there's nothing in Paul's field that can stop him. That's unfortunately the game.
oh my god.
It's a matter of if he sees that, it should just be double black, right?
Can I ask the oracle text of a card
Probably.
to the judge?
Yes, you can ask me the oracle text of a card.
In fact, it's the card of one card in the sideboard, but I don't know the name and I don't know the text by heart.
If you can describe the card, if you could describe the card to me, I can give you the oracle text.
It's the card that costs 1 white and 1 blue from Assault in the Demonic World.
Oh, okay. Pulsing Thunder. Pulsing Thunder.
I don't know if
It's the 1 white and 1 blue to destroy at random. The card text is 1 white and 1 blue, quick cast. Choose 1 at random. Destroy all J/resonators your opponent controls. Destroy all additions and regalia your opponent controls, or destroy all non-magic stone entities you control.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna tap Kalina for 2 black.
Mhm.
Recover.
Mhm.
Gonna go ahead and go to battle
Yeah, that is the game.
with Virgilius.
Mhm. I'll attempt to block.
I'll pay one of the 2 black to do 400 to you and all your board.
Have you got her to this turn?
No, I haven't got out of this turn.
Oh, is that just? Oh, that's just an attack trigger. All right, I thought you had to got her for that, but that's okay. Yep.
So you're at 26 and
Mhm.
if it dies, then you're gonna take 10.
16.
You're at 16.
You have more than enough will to bring you out.
You're at 12.
Mhm.
You don't have any mana.
I don't.
I'm gonna pay 1 black to deal 4.
Yep.
Got 8.
Mhm.
And then I'm gonna tap Kalina for 2 black
Mhm.
and pay 1 to deal 4. So you're at 4.
Mhm.
And use the last one to deal 4.
Yep. I'm dead.
And that is the game.
I didn't hit a Lycion.
Yeah, not hitting the Lycion there absolutely was the death. Literally one card away. Literally one card away, unfortunately. So that is going to be it.
I had the flashing smile, so when the Melfi entered, I was like, okay,
Oh,
do
yeah,
I flashing smile or float 2 greens, scry?
That's... Yeah, that's... Oof. Feasting Mooj loses 2-0. Virgil putting in the work. That was... That is crazy. We'll be back in a little bit. Yeah. Hey there, guys. We are here for the finals. We have Carlina Astema versus Dante Carlina. They are
I'll put the
gonna.
cup.
Philip is 2nd seed versus Tuan, who is
Hello.
4th seed.
And
We are going to be resolving mulligans, and Philip, higher seed, chose to go first.
Also for you.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna go ahead and
also.
let them resolve mulligans, and
Yeah.
then they will start their
I
90
think
minutes
it's
to
enough
see what happens on
randomized
here.
if you just shuffle it, but rules are rules, and I'm so okay. Just do the half.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
go second, right?
Yes.
Interesting choice to go 2nd here.
Mulligan.
Let's see. Once they resolve mulligans, we'll start their time on round, and we'll jump into the finals. Do you see a number 13 there in the hand of... This matchup is going to be a lot of Callstone Pass. Although I can imagine that Dante might be more proactive because of the more Virgils. It's interesting. It'll be interesting for sure.
So.
The one thing that is going to be a big matchup here is the Pharesia. It's going to be a huge card in this mirror. The Pharesia Lady and Anoractia would be good.
So I think we can start.
You guys are both resolved mulligans?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to finals. You have 90 minutes on the rounds. You may begin.
So good luck.
Okay, so let's see how it goes. Sorry for
I
my
really-
timer. It's
I
gonna
really-
look a little weird here, but oof!
I
First
win
turn
Linux. Your
Firestone.
deck is superior than us, than mine. So pass the turn.
Beginning of mine, draw.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Callstone with Dante.
Dante. It's a 6 sage stone. So,
Okay.
Oof, 6 Sage Stone here. I kind of don't hate the idea of just like going for a Dante and just like going for a Virgil and just like going off right now.
Go ahead and tap Kalina for 2 green.
Yes.
Recover.
Pharesia.
I'm gonna play a Forecha.
Yeah, Pharesia. Very, very good here.
Okay, this is not what I want. So
He has to commit to, I mean, like pay green white for
make,
number 13.
green white and want to cancel her.
Yeah.
Hello, Charlie.
She's cancelled.
Okay.
She is canceled. Okay.
Pass turn.
I mean, that makes sense
Draw.
to me.
Your turn before your draw.
Yes. Sorry.
I'm gonna go ahead and use 2 green.
Oh, second Pharesia.
Why not? Of course.
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
gosh, that's huge. Does commit to the card
Yeah,
for turn,
then I
but does
draw.
he have
Then me your draw.
but he does have the Carlina.
5.
He does have Carlina to be able to potentially protect it, and it can protect itself as well. Oof, that's really, really huge to get that Pharesia out early in this particular
So you
matchup.
have cast 1 card this turn. Your only card.
Because Phil is only playing a
right,
single.
because you
He's
get
only playing a single Inferno main.
I have 4, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's real rough. Real rough. And Pharesia, Phil has a lot of Tuan has a lot of green cards to be able to use as spot removal in this matchup for sure. Oof. Back to back double red. Mono red.
Jeremy, we talked about it. No.
Philip is cursing me for the fact that
yeah,
I joked
then
with that he was going to just get double redstones right off the bat.
Stone. And I make it in my turn because it's better like this. I'm going to cast 7 Deadly Sins.
So
and
Fallen Angel of Black Tears has to
thinking
be.
about think about if I want to do the Gods Art of something.
Oh, maybe choosing to.
So, so the mode I'm choosing to put Resonator from my hand onto the board.
So 7 Deadly Sins coming in.
And thinking about
Good Gods Art Carlina here to be
yeah,
able to draw
I'm
some
going
cards.
To cast Kalina's Gods, activate Kalina Gods.
I'm gonna activate Kalina God's Art. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Then I'm putting a Fallen Angel into
Fallen Angel of Black Tears. Yep, to give a neg 12, neg
so
12. That
trigger,
does
trigger.
does get rid of it, but leaves him with just one red.
So, trigger. I want to first to get no, yeah, it doesn't matter. I think.
I think you let this happen.
So I draw two.
Just in response, I'm gonna float
Yeah.
2 green.
Then I draw 2 cards for Kalina.
Yeah.
She dies, and then
What
I'm
are we
going to
floating
draw a
the 2
card for
green?
Steamer,
What are we using with that green?
because yeah,
The other thing too
you
is
can go on.
Tuan has Brad. If he had been able to resolve like the first Pharesia into a Brad, that would have been pretty huge. But we're still at a really good spot. I mean, I think we're still vulnerable to a Virgil. The only outs that now we have to a aggressive Virgil is Gradius, and that doesn't even kill it. Just leaves it on board to be able to ping stuff off the board later. Like, so I think a Judgmented, you could call Stone with Dante and hope to hit 6-8 Stone and then go off with a Virgil, but I also think you're just fine just calling Stone. Yeah. Yeah, just saying I'm gonna commit to
Yeah, thinking.
Ooh.
On
might have a
this
Gradius.
ability. I want to shoot Gradius on your Dante.
So this would kill him because he's only 800 defense. He still gets to search off the Virgil, but I still think that's fine because it burns another card out of Phil's hands.
Sorry.
Let me think.
What do we have? I mean, it could be another third Pharesia. I don't think he's playing 3 mained. Let's look at it. No, he's playing 4.
In rule, you can only play 1 card per turn.
Yeah, I know.
I think
Yeah.
it's still correct to do double green. I think double green into Pharesia to give it more protection is the right call here.
I'm gonna tap Kalina
Yes.
for 1 red and 1 black and 1 green.
Oh, that'll work too.
Yes.
We have a Garion to cancel the Gradius.
1 green to counter the Gradius.
Yep, that
Okay.
works. Yep, so now we get the Virgil. We can cast the Virgil.
Please.
We can Goddard Dante just to have it active.
Yes.
Gain some life. The time is not stopped. It's because it's 90 minutes, Jeff. So it currently is showing you 1 hour and 23 minutes. So you can't see the seconds. I apologize.
Like me to get.
Half. It's okay.
It's out.
So I think you do, because you have that floating black, I think we still do
Previous Virgilius.
God's Art
Okay.
Dante, just have it active.
Astral.
Yes.
Because there's reasons we can't call Stone this turn.
He's got nothing mana left. I'm gonna Gods Out Dante.
Yep, God's Art Dante makes the most
Okay.
sense.
Battle.
Yes.
It's a swing for a lot.
Attackers on you.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything fine. I want to block, and yeah.
So he'll,
Pay 1 black
Yeah.
to deal 400
Yeah.
to you and all your board.
Yes.
So I'm at
So, yeah.
48, you're at 36. Then Virgilius.
then Virgilius connects for
Yes.
1,000.
So I'm at 58 and you're at 26.
58, 26.
Yes. You're right.
The one of Inferno will set them to 0, but that
Right.
is very, I mean, like, he's tapped out here. He couldn't call Stone, but, like, again, you've got Carlina, and your opponent can only cast 1 card per turn anyway, so you're not necessarily worried. Oh, triple red.
White deck loves me.
Triple red from Philip.
So I'm going to cast a Tiny Violet.
Tiny Violet to get the Gradius back makes a lot of sense. We are always threatening Inferno, right?
I'm going to put a Gradius.
But the
back in my
problem
hand.
is now that we have a Tiny Violet, Inferno doesn't kill the Dante.
Then I
Looking
pass a
at
turn, and before you can draw something else like recover, I want to activate Tiny Violet.
So you draw and discard 1.
Yes.
yes,
I draw and I discard
Dark
Dark
Prominence to kill the
to
Virgil.
shoot
Yep,
your Virgilius.
that makes sense.
Virgilius is gone.
Yes. So as a trigger, I draw a card. Card advantage! You can go. Yes.
Let's see. We're gonna move to recover. Call Stone with Dante. Yeah, 3 Firestones. Two basic. They're running 6 Firestones. So like, kind of a lot. You just call Stone with Dante though. Like, there's no reason to not. Especially since you skipped a Stone Call to be able to do the play on turn 2.
Gonna call stone with Dante. Say 6 stone.
Yeah, of course. You have 2, I have nothing for free. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm gonna keep the priority for the trade.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Let's see what comes out of here. Because they both still have their card for turn. So they both still have their card for turn. So let's see what comes out of it. Looking at Twan's list, what do we do when our opponent still has it? Still plays Rigveda. Does have Inferno
I
threatened.
have 2 red mana open and my Kalina open, so I have 4. Yeah, 4 mana.
I mean, I think I would try to go for a Brad. But also the other deck does have ways to answer the Brad, so that doesn't feel nearly as good. There's a lot of instant speed answers to Brad. Looking at Twan's lists. He is playing Duet of Lights, so double white floating, maybe? I don't hate that play.
Just tap Kalina for black and green.
Black and green.
Recover.
So for 2 green or green and what? I didn't hear.
Black.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, didn't hear. Okay, yeah.
Black
fine.
and green floating.
Then
He is not playing Castle Mains.
I'm gonna.
I don't think you... Carlina just...
Yes.
Second Virgil.
And I'm gonna play Virgilius, making a astral.
You're playing with Julius and you pass the priority? Just asking.
Yes, I'm gonna pass priority after casting the spell. Yeah, so you have priority.
Okay.
And if you pass
Okay.
priority back to me, it's gonna result.
Yeah.
It's the right play. Just like tell him, hey, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to say you have one chance to respond, and if you're not, then Virgil's here. Don't give him multiple opportunities to think about it.
Ooh. Do I want it like this?
So right now, Phil has
What could
Phil has one number 13 left, and then the 4 Rigveda.
Oh,
So he's got 5 cancels left.
So this is your 1 card this turn. Or you could still go into Satan, but is it good?
So there's a world here.
Play
Just a number 13.
number 13 on the cast. Of course.
Gonna play a number 13. Yes, it's fine.
Okay, so there is a sequence there. I mean, it's wrong to go for Stan. There is a sequence there where you can get the Virgil to resolve if you've got a number 13 in hand, because you can go to Stan. You just replace to Stan.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Before-
of yours before your draw, yeah.
Yes.
Tap 2, 4.
Green.
So I'm gonna
Ooh.
pay. I have. Basically, I'm just gonna pay this and have 1 black in.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's okay. I probably know what you wanted. Okay,
Doesn't have a way to stop
Which
that.
mode?
Choosing the mode to return Darkness Resonator from my graveyard.
which Darkness Resonator? You have to
Virgilius.
choose.
I only have, yeah, it's the
Oh,
Virgilius,
okay.
I only have 1.
Okay.
I only have
Okay.
2.
Okay, with Chilius, back to the board, and then you have still 1 black mana if I'm right.
You're right. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it comes to board. Yeah, and for
I'm gonna
yeah.
do 40 or Tiny Violet.
Tiny Violet steal here is pretty good with that other floating black.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
that's pretty good. It does clear the board though to let him have
So
an
I'm going to
Inferno, but
drop-
it does take 1 action away from Phil per turn, who doesn't have the most things to be able to take additional actions. His only
So
Outside of Tiny Violet, his only non-things is 4 copies of Fallen Angel, which we've already seen one,
stone.
and
Ah,
3
no,
Demon
I
Flames.
play it. I'm going to
So he doesn't have too many.
make. Yeah, you're completely tapped out. Yeah, you're completely. I'm going to make 2 red. Recover. Casting
Violet. Flame of Providence Distortion. So now we get to do a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, if you're okay with it. So okay, yeah, okay. So sorry, you can't do anything. Sorry. Of course.
Okay, but yeah, you can. It resolves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
How many cards are we going to discard here? You can discard any number of cards, and then the atoms are what give her the bonus effects, but we can cycle them
I'm
any number
going
of cards.
to discard
So how many?
3 cards: 1 Garyon, 1 Dark Prominence, 1 Gradius.
Okay.
So I'm going to get +4/+4 and Swiftness, my Violet. And the
gets-
targets for Dark Prominence and Gradius both are going onto your.
So he gets to cycle through 3
creatures.
cards,
So I'm going to draw.
and he
3
does get
cards.
Swiftness and everything else.
Then the trigger from Estima goes into board.
So he'll
and
be a
I
1200 damage.
just draw another card. Combat step.
Swinging for 12.
12.
I don't have any effects. I'm going to 46.
Goes down to 46. 26,
How many
46.
hand cards do you have?
3.
3. Okay. I have 7. Pass the turn.
Draw.
Oh, I like Estima.
Cover.
Yes.
So both rulers are now astral. So there's a world where now we get to start seeing the stand be relevant, potentially. But it has to be like, you can't do something like 7 deadly sins to punish with stand. Phil's doing a pretty good job, all things considered.
This is the stone that makes every color if you have Astral. If you have Okay, yeah.
I have it straight.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
We still have Carlina Godsart available, so we can refill our hand pretty well. Still got 2 number 13s left, I believe. No, we only have 2 total, so we're down to just Rigvedas at this point, I think. Interesting. Phil has a full grip of cards in hand, though. Inferno right now would only really serve to benefit. Setting life down to equal, which I don't necessarily hate.
Gonna tap for 2 whites.
Yes.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
I'm playing a Duet of Light. Choosing to return a Resonator from my graveyard to this Vigilius and putting +4/+4 counters on my stuff.
A bigger Virgil. Bigger than his Violet.
Okay, just thinking because this is something really good for you, and I can't do it like this.
Oof, that means there's no Rigveda in this hand.
Whew.
Otherwise, I feel like we'd see that slammed.
And you still have the 1 Godsart open. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so now we have a 14/14 for Julius, who can just naturally swing into the Violet and kill it. But then that opens you up to like... Does have 3 open will left, so there's a world where this is based on responses lethal.
Gonna go to battle.
Just going face is the proper call,
Yes, you can go.
because there's no life gain in the main.
15 on you.
If this Virgil connects, it's lethal. Then that it
They are
like,
no blocks.
just let the damage through. Just let the damage happen.
We are no blocks, so we are
Yeah.
in damage phase.
I think you still just let it happen. You win the game there, right? Oh no, he does have Rigveda to cancel a single trigger.
Got out Kalina.
I want to respond onto the Goddard.
Yeah, there's the Rigveda.
I'm going to cast Violet.
We're at it.
She does too much. Violet cards does too much.
We can still burn the board and get the Violet off the board before she's big enough. So I think it's actually the proper play to tap out and just
6
burn him.
handcards, yes.
You still get 12
6
damage
handcards.
through, but then that also puts you down too.
Cards, then the rogue
Any
cards.
number. Yes,
Oh,
and
you can discard atoms, right?
and with the atoms they trigger, and if I 1 atom she gets +4/+4, 2 atoms she gets also swiftness, and 3 atoms or more I draw an extra card.
Okay,
So on the Godsard, it's okay.
we're still in attacking, so like, but the problem is she goes up to being too big if she gets 4+1/+1 counters, and you can't kill him with Virgil. Interesting.
So,
Okay.
the creature
Sure.
resolves, and now we have the enter effects on the stack.
Yes. So enter ability
Yeah, enter
Does-
ability.
resolves.
I think you burn him out. Although,
Also,
no, I think you burn him out. I think that's right. Oh man,
Okay. so I'm going to discard
because he gets the 4+1/+1 counters now, and you don't have a way to get Bane.
2. Just to be sure.
I
3 cards. 1 Garyon, 1 Aegis, 1 Gradius.
So
Gradius
gonna-
target your virtual. Aegis targets at first your virtual, and Gradius targets.
So he
your
gets to
virtual.
draw 3
So
cards.
you
He
will
does
use
get to be bigger.
abilities. Then she gets +4/+4 swiftness.
Yeah,
So I
you resolve
with
the enter. Yeah, you resolve
Yes.
the enter, and then we
Yeah.
resolve the abilities. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
figuring
draw
out
3 cards.
exactly. Yep, because you finish
So
resolving the enter,
everything's
and
fine.
then the
Now
atoms go on the
Gradius
stack.
and Aegis are on the stack.
So the problem is now we can't kill either Violet.
Cards in hand.
6 because I draw.
Yeah, you draw a lot. Sure. You had 26 life.
I think there's a world where we go for the stand.
Still on the chase.
Yes. And you have only.
He has
2
so
mana,
many
you have
cards. I think you
13
actually do go for Satan here.
So
If I'm
just
being
enough
perfectly
to-
honest.
So he dies, and
You
I'm
leave
going to
yourself-
draw a card with his steamer.
Yeah, now that he's drawn a card, I think you go for Stan and Goddard here, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Drop return,
No!
or do you want to do something for
I'll
XP?
do something before. Yeah.
Okay.
I do think you should have gone
Draw?
for a Stan there. Because you have nothing on field, and like he only still gets to cast 1 card per turn. Even if he goes for the Inferno, you don't lose from the Sand token.
Going into
And
combat.
he's down to 1 card.
So both of them are 12, 13, right?
So yeah, because you're about to
Yes.
take
12 is 20.
24 to go down to 22.
Yeah, you can proceed to combat.
What?
I'm at 34.
Yes.
Down to 34 here. Interesting. Good. I mean, that was a strong play with the Violet for sure. In response to the Goddard, I think you just.
Thinking
I don't think it was
want
smart to do anything in response to Goddard. I think you just let if the 12 damage had
3
gone
hand
through,
cards you have left?
then you just win.
3.
Like
Okay.
if he had just been like he goes to damage step, nothing fine. We go to damage occurs, then you just win. Because he's down to 12 and he has no way to gain life
96.
in the main board anyway.
How many virtuals in queue?
Outside of a Rigveda.
How many Virgilius are in your grave? Like,
There is
Go-
2 Virgilius in my grave.
okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks. And 1. Oh, this is gone. So I'm going to attack you with 12.
Nothing. I'm at 22.
Yes.
Like the only out would be if he had a Rigveda, but you still get to take him down to 4. I don't know. Maybe see what happens to the first ping. I don't know.
Stone?
Because now we're
Hitting
still at
for
26.
So
Yeah, this is.
hmm. Okay, and right now,
Because now we're in a position
games
where,
begin, you have
like, and since that happened, and he'd already cast his spell per turn, like, then I definitely think you go for the stand, because it also, like, he can't Rigveda it to stop it, so, like, that's gonna resolve, and you're gonna just steal a lot of value off his Stemma. The problem is, though, then he can, like, just Judgment Stemma, and, like, he does have some outs, which is a little unfortunate. Yep. Now we're gonna start just generating a lot of value.
Yeah. That's okay.
Yes, the unsure fizzles, right? You don't have any targets.
Yeah. I don't have any targets. So
So, like, now that we've got 6 Sage Stone up, we've got Rigveda Will because of Carlina.
then
If for some reason
I
we
would
use the
like to end my
Carlina,
turn.
yeah, he just passes.
End your turn, yeah.
I think you force something
So
at
I'm
the
going
end of
to
turn.
discard.
2 hand size?
8.
Yeah, so you have to discard 1.
Okay, exactly.
Letting him discard you to hand size. This is much more of a game than I would have expected.
Discard.
It's gonna come down to Stan. The Stan lines.
What's the red dice on Carlina?
Sorry, this is for the Godsart, because you have also yeah, I don't know how to make it. You have to do better with
No,
your
I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
Beginning of
Yeah.
the turn?
Yes.
Problem. Okay.
Do we have an action before draw? Back to back 7 deadly sins. So like 7 deadly sins here. Gets cancelled for cover. Callstone. Hit 6 Sage Stone. Well, yeah, it'd have to be Virgil. It'd have to be 7 deadly sins plus Virgil.
Proceed to recover.
Yes.
Like, there is still a way that this is won. The problem is that there's an Inferno. Threatened. A threatened Inferno right now. That's the biggest problem. Barely seen Inferno cast at all this week. This weekend. Which, I mean, it's a huge card. I mean, we saw it from Echo. Echo used it a couple times, but other than Echo's Daniel Gordon's game for Destemable Isle, we just haven't seen these decks using the Inferno. Which is very interesting to me.
Callstone with Dante.
We are now completely out of God Arts on the side of Tuan. Okay, let's look at the deck list and see what the plays are here.
Gonna
Please.
float 2 whites
Oh,
and tap Carlina for 2 black. Gonna reveal Satan
Yes.
and pay 2 black to attempt to replace my wounds with Bait.
And I'm thinking about this because right now you have 2 colorless and 2 white.
oof.
I'm right.
Yes.
How many hand cuts do you have? 5, 6?
I
Four.
got 4 cards.
If there's a Rigveda here,
Okay.
that's the game.
It should work if I do it like this.
That is going to be the game. Yeah.
I'm not intentionally right. I want to cast. Oh yeah, if you have to like this. Oh. Oh wait, thinking. 2 white, 2 white, colorless.
Oh,
Just asking a question. Does. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, you have. Yeah. Then I want to try to cast Requator to cancel the ability that you get Satan on board.
yeah. That's huge.
Oh, I must. Okay. Yeah.
So now we don't have a way to replace, so 6 stones are void. And then we just lose. I mean, we can cast.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And we can just reanimate a Virgil, but he can't do
You
anything.
have 2 white floating.
That's not exact.
Oh,
Yeah, probably not.
that's really unfortunate.
I mean, I could have just tapped them in response. Yeah.
Yeah, before, but with the you could have tapped it before in response to Kalina tapping for the mana. Yes.
But we've missed the timing at this point. That's the game. That
Pass my turn.
not even gonna
Nothing. Okay.
not even gonna cast a Duet of Light. Yeah, that's gonna
I
be
would
game.
go into my turn. Okay, you have only You have
Yeah, I only void. Yeah.
you have only void. I know your main deck list. I just showed you the Gradius to plank a steamer. I'm hitting you. Okay, we play it if you want to. But
You hit me for 24. Yeah.
yeah.
Game 2.
Yeah.
Yep. And unfortunately, that little misplay does cost him
Whew.
the game. Because Rigveda canceling the stand reveal, which is why I thought the stand reveal the past turn when we weren't able to get through the Virgil play was I think the better option.
All right, you have 3 minutes to sideboard.
I think would have been the better play there. Just to be able to get all of that stuff out of the hand. There was like after he committed to the Violet, like you just go, okay, cool, this is all done. Stan, right? He does get to get the Inferno, so like it gives him a couple of cards. It gives him draw for turn, gives him Inferno, but if that Inferno's already in hand, then you're feeling super great. So yeah, it's a tough call. It's a tough call for sure. But I also think that like if he lets damage go, you let the God's Art stick because you don't care about the life gain. That's the thing, is you don't care about the life gain at all. And so like if he lets the damage go through, then you can just be constantly sitting on this like, when I'm threatening 12, do you want to cast a card? And then the game, like you just can kind of end the game there like that, which is pretty risky. I mean, it comes down like that interestingly enough comes down to Rigveda. Yeah, it's very interesting that matchup just came down to having the out. That's one of the things about Astema is just like you draw so many cards, you see so much of your deck. Going into Philip's list for game 2, second Inferno I could see coming in, second Aegis definitely comes in, third Virgil potentially comes in. Not really much changes there for Tuan. Probably, I mean, maybe the Infernos come in, Castle of Carlina to give your stuff barrier, more Brads. Maybe, I don't know.
1 minute to present.
There's a lot of options.
We do.
So we'll see how this goes in game 2.
Half. It's okay.
Same for you.
Okay.
We'll see how this goes.
Oh, 6 stage zone.
Oh,
you-
sorry.
you
I
already
didn't say,
drawed.
yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
have the coin. I go
Okay.
first.
No problem.
Sorry.
So, putting Phil on the draw. Interesting.
I'm gonna mill one. Are you ready?
Sorry, no, I'm thinking a bit.
No, no worries.
Let's see who takes it. If
So I'm doing
plenty of time left, let's see if Tuan can stick a,
okay. You can start.
stick an Asema or a Pharesia.
Starting with Dante, calling stone. It's a knowledge stone.
I think the best thing is to just wait until Philip, like you just pass, and like if Philip commits to something, then you do Pharesia. The proactive Pharesias, I think, in game one were what hurt.
Hitting an atom stone. Pass the turn.
And so like this, like at the end of Philip's turn, throw out a Pharesia, make him burn some resources, then go to your turn and then make a pressure play. Like this is like I think in this matchup, yeah. Like this forces Phil to do something, and if he can't, then that Pharesia just lives, and he gets to go into his turn being able to use his card.
Such a burden else. It's difficult. Sorry. I would like to do it otherwise, but otherwise it would be bad because she can get barrier. I want to
Paying 3 to make her cancel. So like that's a huge.
So you tap
Yeah,
3
okay,
to
so,
cancel the
yeah.
Pharesia.
yes.
Fine, it's cancelled.
Because it also doesn't get him a card value off of a stemma, so now he just has coin. So now, so let's talk about this. If the card's in his hand, if this could be 6 Sage Stone, and we can hit Brad into Pharesia, then it's like game over. Like a Pharesia on, potentially a Pharesia. This is finals. This is second game of finals, Frank. I also don't hate going for Virgil here, honestly. But I also just think you can't afford to not call Stone. I think that also was a big piece here. I don't think you can. I mean, you have to call Stone with Dante. You can't risk going call Stone with Vert. When he's giving you a turn, you just have to call Stone Dante. If you hit 6 Sage Stone, you're even better. Yeah.
6 Sage Stone.
I think you go for Dante here, or go for Virgil. You're on the pressure. So like, I think you just go for Virgil. He doesn't have an out right now to be able to kill Virgil, so you're going to get 1,000. You're going to put the pressure on, and that forces anytime you can force Phil to be tapping down on his turn is you're an advantage.
Yes. I'm gonna recover Dante. Play 1 black.
Yeah, go for the Virgil is absolutely correct.
I would like. Yeah. Wait. I would like.
Because we still have a potential for a Phreesia.
Yeah.
Or a Garion.
Yes.
Garion here would be huge. Or a Phreesia. Phreesia would be
Yes.
better, but Garion would be huge. We still get to search for the Virgil anyway, so it might be...
In the stacks. I'm still gonna go search Virgilius, right?
Virtuous, you every time can search, but I'm making on the ability. We have a priority. Yeah.
Yeah, so
But,
Dante dies
yeah.
before.
Yeah. Dante dies, but you can search for Vigilus.
Dante dies. And
Okay.
I go search.
I think that's still probably right. Yeah, making him pay 3 to stop a 2-drop was pretty good. Still gets to get Virgil to hand, and that's 2 cards that we've now gotten out of the Gastema's hand without them being able to cantrip, because he's just been canceling and killing stuff that doesn't go to Crave. So Gastema doesn't get to trigger.
Do you want me to cut?
It's okay.
Oh, it's okay. Virgilius in hands and
Like, I think we're still pretty far ahead.
pass the
Yeah, passing turn there is smart.
I'm going to draw.
You can draw.
Mm.
Oh, I think your webcam froze.
Oh yeah, that's a freeze from Philip.
Just got disconnected.
Yeah, one sec.
It's okay.
You're
Your web. Oh, okay. Webcam's
Yeah.
back. I think okay.
Recover.
Yeah.
I
Gotta
don't
love
know why
webcam
right
issues.
now it is such a bad. Calling Stone with a steamer.
double red.
Luck is really not my fortune. Pass a turn.
I think we same thing. You flash in a Pharesia if you've got it to like apply the pressure.
My turn.
Oh no, still
Yes.
still no.
Yes.
See, like you just.
Cover.
Yes.
Have plenty of mana.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call stone with Dante.
Castle of
King.
Carlina from the sideboard could be pretty huge.
Yes.
I actually would really like that right now. I think Castle of Carlina would be absolutely huge because it just takes the Rigvettas off the table, and there's nothing in Philip's deck outside of going for Stan. Or there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing in Philip's deck outside of going for Stan that can kill Castle of Carlina. So like Castle of Carlina gives you a ton of value.
Judgment Kalina.
Yeah, that's okay.
And I'm gonna play Third Virgidis.
Of course.
So now they're both astral. Does the
Yeah,
Virgil
both
resolve?
mount on card.
Oh, the Virgil resolves.
Yeah, Virgidis is there.
We've got plenty of will to be able to play around with it. You could just go aggressive. Go in for 10. Well, actually, maybe not. There might be a world where you just sit on the Virgil because you know he has Aegis, so it gives him fewer outs to kill the Virgil since he didn't have Rigveda. And then you can have this like Vlad where you can just kind of sit. So actually because also hurting him hurts you because of Inferno. So I actually think that because we know that there's Aegis in the deck and he sideboards in another Aegis, I think actually you just sit on this Virgil. Like now that it's resolved, you just let it be.
I'm gonna pass the turn to
Yeah, that's the right call. It's the right call.
What
Because now
about,
it's like, well,
end step?
what are we going to do? We're going to commit
I'm
something and still get
going
burned
to
out?
cast a Dark Dominance on your Virgil.
Yeah.
You got him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to draw a card with Estimo.
I mean, like,
Good. Draw for turn.
it gave him 3 outs as opposed to 7.
Mm.
So that feels okay.
Going to recover.
Yep.
So please God of randomize. Just once. Tap for stone. Fuck you. Sorry. Okay. Hey,
Once again, triple redstone, first 3
I'm
turns.
passing my turn.
We know there's no Rigveda in hand,
You
most
can go.
likely. So do we have an action at the end of his turn?
I can go.
Yeah.
At your end of turn, I would like to tap 3 to attempt in playing a 7 Deadly Sins targeting my Virgilius.
This feels pretty good.
Mm.
Using a card. I mean, if he wants to cancel it, he has to use Carlina.
Yeah, that's okay.
It resolves.
Beginning of my turn, draw.
Just looking how many mana you have. But yeah, you can do.
I draw.
Yeah.
Recover.
Yes.
Oof. Oof, oof, oof.
This looks like it's going to hurt.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I still think you don't swing with the Virgil. If I'm being perfectly honest, I think you call stone. Yeah, I just think you sit on this will.
Mary Satan.
Because right now you're an advantage, so you want to minimize the amount of outs that Philip has. Which, if you attack with the Virgil, it hurts a lot there. It gives him nearly double the outs. And oh,
Yes.
going to combat.
Declare Virgilius attacking you. 1000.
Unless
Yeah,
he
no
has.
block.
Oh, no block. Just take it.
So you take 1000 damage.
Okay. No Aegis either.
Just but no, I was no block then. Yeah, I have to do it right now because if I would like to make
Oh, so he's not taking 1,000?
white and with 1 white and the red I want to Aegis him.
Number 13 for 1.
Okay.
That'll save the Virgil.
So you got 30.
Yes, I am ready.
Down to 30. That's huge. That's very huge.
Pass turn to you. Yeah, pass turn.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Draw for
That's a
turn.
pretty good spot.
Wow. Recover.
Now we get to sit on like burning him out with the Virgil. Like you probably ping him
Stone.
twice.
Oh my fucking god.
4 Firestones in a row. Like, it would feel so bad to have to commit to an Inferno here. Because if there's another number 13, you just lose. Well, I mean, like, you're pretty dang close to just losing. Because you lose the Cancel War. Because you can only cast 1 card per turn.
Oh my god. Yeah.
So this is, yeah, this is...
I'm passing the turn.
He just passes. Yeah, you don't commit anything. You don't take any action. You go to his turn.
Yes.
You just probably ping twice.
Yes.
In my opinion, you just ping him twice, take him down to 22. You might actually just recover.
Yeah.
Because if you recover, you're sitting on 24. 2400 damage. We have to successfully ping him twice here. And then...
Before recovery, I'm gonna tap 1 to make 400 damage to you.
Is that going to resolve? That's resolve.
26.
If we can get
Another one
2...
to you.
Sure.
Okay, we recover. That's game?
I will just keep my thumb up.
You don't do any more than that. Yeah, that's game.
Yes.
Because right now we're representing, we call stone, so we have priority sequence, and we have 2400 damage represented. So like even with a Zregveta, you just win. You just call stone. Call stone without saying win. That's the end of that game. Like I said, Virgil being boss.
Fallen is active only if a God's Art have resolved this turn, right?
Yes,
One of
correct,
them.
yes.
Yeah, resolved.
Call stone first. Call stone first. It doesn't take a priority sequence. Call stone first. There we go. Oh, and it's a 6 Sage stone.
So in response to the 6 Sage,
Float double black with the 2 6 Sage.
tap Kalina for 2 black.
That's a mistake.
Do you have any response to that?
No.
To the black mana, I can't do anything because it's a will ability. But on the
No, you should have. This is too.
Yeah. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I
No.
just can try it, and if you have something, yeah. I'm going to
This
pass
is
the Regreder.
to cancel.
With the mode, I want to cancel the ability of recovering your from 6 H stone, and I want to shoot the Vigilis.
If there's a number 13, we're okay. If there's not, we like this sucks because it's again. I'm gonna tap 3 and play my own Rigveda, canceling the Rigveda.
That's that. Okay, that will get there. We don't have any other like actions we can take outside of maybe double Demon of Explosions.
Yeah, game 3.
Okay, we go to game 3. Oh, that was so.
Oh yeah, 3 stones.
That was so risky. That was so risky to me. I think you just float double black and it's over. Ugh, that made me very nervous.
So fucked up. So fucked up.
So going into
Yeah, 3
game
minutes.
3.
So,
Yeah, I think that if in response to the Virgilius tab you float
Roll
double
my
black, then you
first.
win there because you have 4 black floating plus 3 other stones, which is 2800 damage. So there's nothing, and he was only he's at 2200 life. So like there's nothing he can do there. So then you're just like,
How
does this
many
resolve? And if he
time
takes an
have you
action,
left?
then you just
Like,
ping, ping, ping.
Nearly 50 minutes or something.
you
42 minutes remaining.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, so then it's, yeah, that was, thankfully he had the answer, but that was a needless risk to not just float the 6 Sage Stone before you do Carlina. That was very nerve-wracking. Because the other thing is, too, is if you do the Rigveda there, and Philip has double, Demon of Explosions, then like still in that weird hand of his, he can still kill Virgil before you can do any more than 800 damage to him, and then your 6 Sage Stones are, and then you're just tapped out and void. Like, and then you just feel. I mean, you do get to recover off the 6 Sage because you canceled his Rigveda, but you also didn't get to kill him, and you still have your Virgil's still dead. So like, it was just an unnecessary risk in my mind, because we know that Demon of Explosions exists. So taking it to a game 3.
Going as planned.
I'm ready.
Yes.
Let's see how this goes. Phil gets to choose, so he probably chooses to go first.
Yeah, I'm also ready. So, I would like to start.
Yep.
Yes. So, choose wisely. How many stones should I cut? Choose wisely.
Just put the one on top on the bottom.
Okay.
His fate has been decided.
What about my stones?
Half. But it doesn't matter for you. You get every time first turn the 6 Sage, so it doesn't matter.
It's not true. It's not true. For the main deck?
Half.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Luckily, these guys are good spirits.
So I go second.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Let's see what Phil's opener is here, and whether or not he gets a 6 Sage Stone before turn 5. We'll see. These have been very interesting games. Good back and forth. Oh, well, we know there's a Virgil. Oh, we know there's a... Ugh, holding the hands a little bit close there. Now there's an Aegis. There's a tiny Violet. Bet they were all on top. Just all 4 down to the bottom. Here we go. Let's see how this goes. For the first GP of the season to win that gold Nyarlathotep. Who gets there?
I'm gonna
Mulligan 1. Strong opening hand potentially. Here we go.
Yeah, I need it. Tap a stone.
Nope. No 6 Sage for 1 for
Pass it
Philip. Just pass.
beginning of my turn. Draw.
Yes.
Call Stone Dante.
I will call stone with Dante.
Yes. 6 Sage stone.
It's not the
No.
6 stone.
Seems okay though. Because we have coin, I think you're pretty okay here to just pass. It's like the old Fox, right? Like, set up first, punish, always go second. Always take second action. Like, you're in a better spot here because you have coin. Yeah, I think you should pass. That'd be my position in this position, like looking at the deck list and knowing the deck list and knowing.
Take time to think. How much time do we have for this game?
Oh, whoopsies.
45 minutes, something like this.
There are currently 37, just under 38 minutes remaining.
Okay, so it's
A little too long to slow play.
enough. It's enough.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it.
Oof, this is
2, 3, 4. Carina's castle.
This is so huge. This Carlina's castle is so huge.
Sounds about right.
Anti-effect.
Yes.
Yeah, there's not a real punish, and this just makes so much of the match
Resonator.
so much easier.
She's going to be.
So much easier. Rigvetta's at number 13, so immediately dead. Bigger resonators suddenly have like, Garion has barrier, right? I mean, this is absolutely huge. Literally the only out that Phil has to this in his entire thing is
So probably you end step.
is Stan. He doesn't have a way to
I
get
would
this off
like
board
to
except for Stan.
Cast the seven dead. A deadly seven since. Yeah, thanks. And want to put a
We
resonator
racing?
on my board. And yeah, from my
Carrigan?
hand. Sorry.
We just racing?
Activate. Yeah, before passing priority, I want to activate Kalina's Rollout. Garion.
Yep.
Or 2 cards. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course. So 2 cards. Draw for turn. Recover. Combat.
These are 15.
Yes.
We're gonna race. We had these 2 quick back to back. We had these like really good slug matches in game 1 and 2, and now it's just a race. The problem is we have a ruler who has drain and bane,
Okay.
so we can gain life back, and like Inferno can't even kill Virgil now.
Yes. I have 4 mana. Yes.
The only things we're concerned about from that 4 mana are literally Violet to be able to discard things like Dark Prominence. I don't think you'd go for. I think you'd call Stone. Well, no, the Virgil's pretty huge, but we don't have a way to protect the Virgil. We can't call Stone, so if he does have Dark Prom or Gradius, yeah, we have to call Stone and see if we hit 6 stage. We do.
Yeah, that's okay.
Now you go off.
That's the game. Yes. You think my hand is better? Oh, yeah, then.
Because Rigvetta can still cancel your activate abilities. Can still cancel abilities. And can still destroy stuff. So, like, it's not completely out of here. But Castle of Carlina does help a lot here.
Yes.
2 red? Oh. Wow. Well, that can be targeted. But there's also... But it has Eternal, but Gradius kills it. That seems... That seems unnecessarily risky.
Oh. Oh, that's the name of her, Chasing Fire. Okay, thanks. What do you mean with Chasing Fire? Yeah. Okay, it's a name. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Chasing Fire. Oh.
There are 4 cards in hand. There are 4
that's
cards in deck that can kill that.
Four.
4 cards in deck that could kill that. It's exactly the 4 Gradius. Nothing else can kill that card.
Yeah, she has swiftness, flying, indestructible. Okay. Yeah. I was just looking what her ability is. Yeah.
This deck is really cool. I like this deck. Yeah, that's really good.
Okay. Oh.
We have a Garion in hand, so the first Gradius doesn't even do anything.
In your end step, I want to cast a Violet. Would like to.
Phil, can you pay the cost for that card, please?
Thanks.
Thanks.
I will respect. Yeah.
He can't destroy any of his stuff. Has to be exactly Gradius.
Okay. So yeah, and ability. Okay. I'm going to discard 3 cards. 2 H's, which doesn't have a target. 1 Dark Prominence. I target your indestructible Violet, but so I don't have to target something free, and a Garion. So I can discard how many I like.
So he gets to draw
Plus
5
4
cards.
swiftness, and I draw 5 cards because I discarded 4 and at least 3 items.
You discarded 3 items, so yeah, you draw 3 plus 1/4. You may discard anyway. Yeah,
Yeah, and then Garen. So yeah, so okay.
Oof, oof, oof,
Okay,
oof.
the
That
white
violet's very
yeah,
helpful.
then I would like to go in my turn.
You can go into your turn.
Draw.
Inferno does nothing.
Going to recover.
Stamina does nothing.
Okay. So she has flying, indestructible. Okay.
Yeah, she's very large, and she can block both of these. That's the thing, is she can block both. So like, not a huge pressure.
Going to.
Because the recover this card is multiple times per turn. So like,
Yeah, so
Rigveda doesn't stop it. Like you can cancel it, but she'll just recover and do it again.
stone.
We're looking for a Gradius.
Oh my god, 6 sage stone.
Finally, see the 6 Sage
thinking.
Stone.
So 1, 2.
What do we
Hand
do
size?
here?
Sorry.
Yeah, so end of your turn, you want to discard two?
No, yeah, just once more.
Okay,
Ah.
sorry. 6. I have 6.
Okay, thanks. So 6. Yeah, no problem.
Got the ability to block a bunch of
We
times.
are tired.
Yeah.
So
Nothing
I'm
has
going
Pierce.
to make...
Be careful. I can almost see the cards in your hands.
Oh, thanks. You can so I'm making...
The problem is that like because of this situation, like Philip almost has to commit.
Recover my Estima.
Yeah, he has to commit to
Also
like going
ability.
aggressive.
So combat step. 50 at you.
I'm gonna declare Violet and my other blocker.
Okay. So nothing happens.
They deal.
Yeah, okay. Detail level, yeah. I'm going to attack with 12.
I'm gonna pay 1 red and recover
Yes.
my Abel.
Oh, yeah, that's also possible. Yeah.
Yeah, it recovers. Declare blocker.
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah, so we just don't get to swing for damage. Oof.
That's also possible.
Judgment Systema can't even kill her?
Estima. Target your violet, so nothing
Can't
happens.
destroy it? Yep. Wow. Who would have thought in this matchup that Violet was going to do that much good? This is a cool list. Twan's list is very well done. A lot of cool tech that I would not have thought to play. Kind of makes me want to build it and play it. We'll probably build it and show it off on the channel. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta get some other rulers to get through first.
Cast a virtual.
It's going to kill to cast virtual. Cancel that if we've got it. I think you do.
Yeah, Astral.
We're going for. I mean, like we have to go for Stan, right?
I don't know how I should do it. I make it like this. This is Astral.
You have 2 mana out of Carlina and 1 mana.
If there's
Yes.
a cancel here,
Number 13.
number 13. Yep. Cancels the virtual, but he's done part of his job by killing the Asema.
So yeah.
We still have Dante Judgment,
1 mana open.
which we're going to be able to invest and sink through.
Pull. Yeah, that's a turn.
Beginning.
Yes.
Draw.
Yep.
Is it to recover?
I would like to react to the recover of you. Oh, how many?
Oh.
Shit, if you have too many hand cards, it would be bad for me. I'll probably have to do it. Hand size is 5, if I'm right, because you casted 1 card. But you
I'm
are...
at 6 because I
Oh, yeah.
drew.
Yeah, you drew. Yeah, you draw already. Okay, you draw already, so...
What is the play
This is
here
a little bit
before
much, I
recovery?
think. Oh,
Looking at.
I would try to cast a violet.
To hit a Gradius?
Yeah. Yes.
Interesting.
End ability.
It's before
One
recovery.
Discard
Digging real deep.
about it.
But this is all the answer. The problem
Yeah,
is this is all the answer to
discard
violet.
2 cards.
2 cards.
So one number 13 and one Gradius. So she gets +4/+4 through 2 cards. And Gradius targets your violet. So she lose destructible and then I shoot 800 damage. So she
I
dies.
don't like that. I don't like this
So
play.
as my trigger, I draw a card.
Because now we are
You can.
completely tapped out on a turn that a Virgil can come down and clear
Yes.
this whole board. And you can't even Inferno to get rid of the Virgil. So, like, the play is just Virgil here, right? You gain a bajillion life and swing in and clear the board. You don't even have to gain a bunch. You can just Goddard the Dante, clear the board,
How many cards do you have in your hand?
clear
6.
both of the violets off.
6, 2. Okay.
And, like, yeah, I think it's... I mean, like, the most optimal play is Call Stone, hit 6 Sage Stone here one time. Yeah, that's it.
Gonna tap Kalina for
Whoa.
1 green and 1 black.
Yes.
Recover.
Yes.
And
Yeah, oh, you know what? I don't hate that. This is smart.
use
Those to Judgment Carlina.
Yes.
to Judgment Kalina.
This is smart. I like this a lot.
Spell for the turn, right? And you don't have any mana left, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is smart too
Yeah.
because this leaves him up with a post Satan. If his opponent does go for Satan, he just has Virgil to win the game. It locks him out of Satan completely.
So it's there.
Yes.
You just got Art Kalina and clear the board. This is huge. That's in my opinion, this is the game. You just do got Art Carlina.
Ah,
Gonna proceed to battle.
yes.
Declaring Virgilius on you for 1,000.
Yes.
Do you want to declare blockers?
Just because of the rules. Doesn't matter.
Gonna go out Dante.
Yes.
Ping the board for 4.
Results.
Yes. Resolves.
I'm gonna ping you and your whole board for 400.
Okay. So.
We'll
I
gain
go to
16. He'll
26,
lose,
And they
you're
are. 36. Yeah.
and then he'll go
Yeah,
down to another
26
grand,
because of this was, yeah. So they all die.
and then he'll gain
So
another.
you get-
16.
Yes.
So 26
Yeah.
to 51.
Deals you 10.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
26.
Yes.
51.
Yes.
yeah, this is.
Doesn't really
He can't even go for Stan at this point because he knows that we still have the Carlina Goddard, so we have a way to kill the token. So
Violet was not the best play.
yeah, this is gonna be Tuan's win. Congrats to Tuan.
So your Astema is Astral. We are good on that.
Astema is Astral, yes.
Because the way this will work, so to talk about it, right? So the Stan token would take everything, right? Not Stan, I'm gonna actually look it up. So the Stan token takes everything, right? To make this play happen, leaves him with no cards. Leaves both players with no cards, but the problem is Virgil hasn't flipped yet. So Virgil just gets to flip and go get Virgil. We can Goddard Carlina, swing, and kill the token. Because it doesn't have barrier. So Philip has one turn here. He can't go for Stan, and if he doesn't kill the Virgil this turn, like he has to commit something this turn to do it, because if he doesn't, then all that happens is we just recover and kill you. Like Inferno doesn't even get rid of the Virgil because of the Castle of Carlina. The T1 castle was huge.
I think it doesn't matter anymore. Oh.
And he has to have a way to kill his own Carlina here as well. If he doesn't have a way to kill his own Carlina, then it's even less of a threat.
About it.
He can kill the Virgil. Like Virgil doesn't have barrier here, but
really bad for me. But I think it doesn't matter anymore. So,
Yeah, looking at hands. You know, also, like, there's a very real opportunity to just have Inferno get canceled, and then you're just, like, unless he sideboarded in the second one. You'd have to Carlina, but he's already done Carlina God's Art, so then he
that's
can't do
such a
both.
bad idea.
So, like, he could do life total, and then on his opponent's
Um,
turn through another Inferno. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the outs are here looking at Paul's list, or Philip's list. 7 Deadly Sins can hit a Garion, but that's not going to do much.
I make a blue, and then I make a green, black mana, and then I want to resolve the succession.
So he's got blue, green, black floating. So the blue is obviously
Oh, and I
for...
get frozen. Nice.
No, I'm just.
Oh, okay, okay.
So the blue is for 7 Deadly Sins.
You have making one blue. Okay.
You just wait.
Yeah, alright.
So Kalina recover. Casting Kalina.
Yep.
Judgment Kalina. Yeah, not casting. Judging Kalina.
Okay.
Don't do anything.
Virtual. And still thinking.
Seven Deadly Sins is awful in the stand line because it'll always like kill the
So you have
thing.
5 hand cards. Yeah, if you have it, you have it, and then I can't do anything anymore, so it's also okay. Because
You
I
just can't
probably
go for the stand
think
line.
I have to do it right now. To can't do shit. So just thinking.
He has to use Carlina to go for stand now too, because he floated the blue.
Thinking. So both are Astral, and there's the gods are already gone. So I'm. So on the cast, sorry, so on the cast priority. Making black. Make double black. Show you the set.
I don't know if this has been asked, but do Satan has abilities because I have resolved my Dante?
Yes. Dante only does it from RFG.
Oh, and yeah,
But
and
it's out
sideboard isn't. Yeah.
outside of the game, yeah, outside of the game.
So you reveal me Satan. Yeah, Satan
Yes.
is revealed.
Then
This is in response.
activate. Want to activate Estima's God's Art. Still prioritizing. Put Satan. Also want to activate for.
So, if we just summarize it, you have
Yeah.
Evangelius on the stack. You have
Yeah.
what next?
Estima on Estima.
God's Art,
Yeah, on stack. Yes.
which gonna
And
let you get an Inferno, right?
yes,
What's-
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Asima God's Art. Okay.
And one Satan.
Then you have
Stack.
your Satan. So if it resolves, you're gonna have this.
We need to cancel for the Virgil here, but also we still just win because there's no way for his Virgil to answer our Virgil because he only has 2 redstone.
So you have priority again.
Yeah. So Satan is on board. You have.
It would have to be like top deck Gradius.
And.
But also, if there's like if he tries to go off here and there's a Rigveda in the hands, then it's just over. If there is a if there's a Rigveda in Tuan's hand, this game is over. That's the question.
Because it doesn't matter if I have it like this. If you have this, still open. I can't do shit. But then I could do this.
Antoine is playing how many?
Also isn't bad.
He's playing
Okay, so
2. We haven't seen them
you
yet.
still have the yeah. Okay. So I'm going to call the Goddard from Satan.
If there's a Rigveda, this is the game. Number 13 also stops the Virgil, which puts you in a really good spot. But if there's a Rigveda here, the game's over. And your stuff can't be canceled. So, like, Goddard, once activated, is done.
You have 1 black mana left on your mana pool, so it's
Yes.
4, 14.
But he's already...
Sorry, I need to count.
No problem. Please, please.
You do still have God's Art. So, like, Rigveda just... I mean, like, cancels the stand. It might just be best to let the stand resolve. I don't know. This is tough. This is tough. This is tricky. I think he's threatening potentially he's threatening 7 Deadly Sins with the full graveyard, right? So like if you do Rigveda, I do 7 Deadly Sins, I still get the Virgil, or I get a Garion back. Well, you can't get the Virgil. So you'd have to, well, you could let the Rigveda resolve still before everything else resolves, go to do 7 Deadly Sins, get a Virgil. But like then at that point in time I have God's Art for my Virgil, and then I just kill your Virgil.
Well, and I do need you to progress game state.
Okay, sorry. I'm not gonna do anything, so the God's Art of Satan resolves.
So interesting.
Yeah.
There was not anything.
So I don't have a token because I didn't get any time to this.
Interesting that this is where it's
I
coming
can
down to.
search back for a token if you really need it, but right now this is okay.
3, 4, 4, yeah.
Okay.
Problem.
So
God's Art, as Tima,
yeah.
I'm not gonna do anything. You can go and search for your Inferno.
He does get the Virgil swing, but the problem is the Virgil swing doesn't do anything. Like he'll gain 10, but we're just trying to kill the token.
You can just cut in half, doesn't matter.
It's literally it has to be top deck Gradius. It has to be banish. Sorry, it has to be exactly
Now Vigilius resolves.
banish.
yes.
I don't have any effects.
Yeah,
okay. As far as
Banish.
Yes, yes.
Oh my gosh. The only out at this point in time is banish red. Or banish the stone, top deck Gradius. It's the only out. It's exactly that.
And I want to put our life totals.
do the same. So
Yep.
at
You're on
Both at
26.
26.
Combat. 1000.
I'm at 16.
And because he has because I played 2 gods, I'm on 36.
36.
Yeah, so it has to, she's literally has to be top deck
well-
Gradius. Otherwise the game's over.
Yes.
Recovery.
Yes.
Because we get to search Virgil.
1 red mana available and you don't have any cards in hand, right?
Yes.
So, okay. I'm gonna proceed like this.
Did you really top deck such a good card?
No, yeah, I mean,
Okay, yeah.
Coldstone with Kalina. It's an
Yes.
Erythropia.
Okay.
I'm gonna use this black mana to Judgment Dante.
Oh, I thought he was already dead. Okay. Oh,
As
yeah, then you can go, yeah.
go
Search resolves, so that's over.
Yes.
Because now both are. Oh. Thing is, both will be astral. So like,
And how would you like me to cut?
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
got out.
Yes.
I'm gonna make 2 black.
Yes.
Reveal you Satan.
No.
Please.
Reveal.
Attempt to do
Yeah.
the thingy.
Yes,
Still
yes.
holding priority. I'm gonna, with Silver Jealous on the stack,
Yeah.
do the Satan's got out.
Oh, that
Okay.
also works.
Yeah.
So
No, the token loses all abilities.
Yes.
and now
What did
it'll
I?
be
Oh, but-
4,000,
yeah.
4,000, and my Vigilus resolves.
I mean, it,
Yes.
I'm gonna go to combat.
Yes.
Swing at you, Vigilus for 1,000 with drain. So we are both at 26.
Yes.
ugh.
And
Oh no, that's true. The token has Eternal. My bad, Patrick. You're right. The token does have Eternal, so Virgil doesn't kill there. So this is the right play.
I'm gonna just
The proper play would have been.
ping you for 4.
Ugh.
You are 22 and I'm at 30.
22.
I've
Who would have thought that the finals of this would have resulted in 2 stand tokens? I think that's at number 13.
Make a red mana. Banish.
Draw. They both have.
Mm, Green, white.
So yeah, number 13.
One red, one red. Tap the stone.
The red come from?
Okay, it didn't hit another.
Oh,
So,
yeah, it's the stone. Yeah, sorry.
So
okay, you won.
and Philip scoops it up. Doesn't have anything to play there. So that is the game.
Yeah, you won.
Last game.
Yeah.
That is
But, like, you couldn't do anything.
So the winner is Twan.
To Inferno.
Twan.
You shouldn't have done that. You should have just go search and not pick the Inferno.
Yeah,
You didn't have
I sh-
any outside.
but if you have
There you have it. It ends with just stands. It ends with stands. Just stand tokens beating each other. So like this was a really good ending to the match. Good job to everybody who played for everybody. Good job for everybody playing this weekend. It was a ton of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll be back next week for another GP stream. So that will be the Games and Geek one that has cash, but is also North America only. So we'll see you guys next time. Thank you all to all our sponsors. And until next time, this is DMO73 saying class dismissed. Have a good one, everybody.